inefficient. It is crucial that we invest in the expansion and modernization of these systems to handle the volumes of water during heavy rain, especially storm drains running from the old barrier to Botiano, and then the construction of a sea defense at Kele, where they are suffering serious tidal waves. The construction of these new drainage channels alongside the rehabilitation of existing ones must be a priority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is the need for us to also have improved waste management. Solid waste, particularly plastic waste, is a significant contributor to flooding as it blocks drains and water courses. We must prioritize efficient waste collection, proper disposal of waste, and public education on the importance of keeping our environment clean. The National Sanitation Day initiative, though commendable, must be scaled up and made more effective. Mr. Speaker, we also need to take into consideration public awareness campaign. It is essential to educate citizens about the causes of flooding and how they can contribute to mitigating its effects. Public awareness campaigns should emphasize the importance of keeping drains clear of debris, the consequences of illegal building practices, and the importance of proper waste disposal. Mr. Speaker, we also need to collaborate with local government or local government authorities. The Greater Accra Metropolitan Area, also known as GAMA, the Regional Coordinating Council, and the various district assemblies must play a more effective role in flood prevention efforts. There is the need to be better coordinated, and they should be doing this with the central government and other local government agencies to implement flood control measures more effectively, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is also the need to invest in sustainable urban planning. The government must work with urban planners to develop a long-term vision for Greater Accra that includes sustainable development practices, effective waste management, and flood control measures. Planning for future infrastructure must take into account the growing population and the changing climate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I commend the efforts made by the government and the National Disaster Management thus far, it is clear that these efforts need to be intensified and expanded. If we do not take immediate and decisive action now, we will continue to face the devastating consequences of flooding year after year. Mr. Speaker, I also call for an urgent intervention in providing relief to the victims of this flood, particularly in Kele, in Wejagbawe, Yuaboman, and other affected areas. Mr. Speaker, we also need some financial aid, rebuilding of homes, and repairing damaged infrastructure. The people of Wejagbawe have suffered for far too long, and it is time we take the necessary steps to restore dignity and safety to our communities. Mr. Speaker, let this be a call to action, a call for leadership, a call for commitment and collaboration to address this pressing issue. The time to act is now. We owe it to the people of the Greater Accra region to ensure that they are all safe and protected from these devastating effects of flooding now and in the future. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The statement is ably made. The floor is now open for brief comment, subject to Order 93.5. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to comment on the statement made by my able leader. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that flooding has been one of the major causes of some of the displacements that we see in Ghana. And then one of the main government agencies that should be called to respond to the causes of flooding in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, is the Ghana Meteorological Agency. The Ghana Meteorological Agency, Mr. Speaker, is mandated to be the first response in terms of alerting us as to the weather changes, the weather patterns in the country. But what do we see? They are inundated with a lot of challenges. One of their core mandates, Mr. Speaker, is to forecast the weather, to be able to tell us as and when it will rain, so that people will take that cautionary move if they are traveling, if they are putting their properties somewhere, they know what to do. Inadequate funding has been a bane in Ghana. Recently, we met as a committee, we met the Ghana Meteorological Agency. They came to tell us some of the challenges they face. And one is the allocations. They claim that they don't have enough resources to be able to even go around the country and educate the populace when some of these occurrences are about to happen. Again, they did say that some of the equipment that they use are outmoded and that they need retooling. Mr. Speaker, if you are not able to retool the Ghana Meteorological Agency really well, properly, then they will not be able to tell us as and when rains will come, for people to take the necessary measures to avoid some of the challenges that, or the situations that the Speaker had enumerated. They also claim that there are shortages of the synoptic weather stations and that they need to establish a lot of these synoptic weather stations across the country. Mr. Speaker, I would wish that the Finance Ministry make extra allocation to the Ghana Meteorological Agency to be able to perform the roles that have been assigned to them.
Honourable Member, conclude. Comments are supposed to be for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in concluding, once we do this, then they will be able to play their role, and then the citizens will also be able to take advantage of the responsibilities, and a lot of the displacements that are associated with the flooding will cease. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to thank the maker of this statement and then hope that the right things are done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, Honourable Member. No, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement made by our Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I think that flooding is a major problem, not only in the Ghanaian society, but across the globe. And if you look at the issue of flooding very closely, Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that there are two main causes. That one is a natural cause that you can do very little about. But the ones that we experience, especially in that part of the country, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is largely based on our own negligence, our own inability to plan very well and to put the right structures in place. And that is why we are experiencing the kind of we are experiencing. In as much as I sympathize with the Honourable Member about what is happening in his constituency, so those of us who live in the national capital can attest to the fact that any time it rains, sometimes it rains for barely 15 minutes, and the havoc that follows thereafter, Mr. Speaker, is not an easy thing. I am surprised why up to now, as a nation, we are still constructing these shallow, drains. We don't even cover the drains. The drains easily get choked when it rains. And it's as if we are not doing anything about it. Anytime you drive around, you walk around your community, you see new drains coming up. And one would have thought that by now, we will take a cue from it and do what others are doing. Mr. Speaker, anybody who attended school at the University of Ghana, Legon,
will attest to the fact that at Legon, the drains that were constructed several years ago, decades ago, when you go in there, there are about 3 layers. You have a first layer, you have a sieve, you have another layer that moves water from campus all the way to where the golf house area is. And so when it rains on campus, within a few hours, the whole place is dry, and then you hardly will see flooding. But this day and age, Mr. Speaker, even when new communities are coming up, we don't plan well. The drainage system is not well kept. Look at this, Mr. Speaker, the Odo River, major river that is supposed to serve even a useful purpose in the community. When you get close to it, the only thing you see is dirt. The whole thing is choked. You can't even take additional water to be able to move it into the sea. And so this is an issue that we need to pay particular attention. We need to call on all the agencies and institutions that have the responsibility to take off our planning and make sure that our drains are desilted very well to allow free flow of water to continue. The Speaker, it rained 2 days ago. We closed from here. I was going home. Just before, after airport traffic light, the main road was flooded. The question about was flooded. And you ask yourself, for how long are we going to look on? Meanwhile, we all drive and pass there every day, and we know the inconvenience is creating, and the traffic is creating. It's as if nobody cares, nobody wants to take any action, and all of us are looking on. We cannot continue like this. The time has come for us to invite all the agencies and institutions that are responsible for planning and making sure that rights are done, and call them to order and make sure they do the right thing for our collective benefit. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank the maker of the statement and ask that you take action on this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to thank the maker of the statement on these flooding issues. I will touch on the government side, which we all know that there are little things we have to do. Even within this budget, the money we are giving to water resource and works and housing, we can see that it's inadequate, that these a lot projects they can undertake because of the constraint in this budget. So I think it's time also to look at some of these issues to be able to cure them so that in the next years we can find this flooding also in this country or maybe some other parts, especially in Greater Accra. Because, Mr. Speaker, as my brother was talking about, as soon as it rains, we have disruption in transportation. And at the same time, these things happens and then they also affects on the public health, because when it rains and then the rains also carry this police robbers to certain areas, you see people are also over there taking some water from these areas, and then we have this cholera and all that impact. And again, it's also difficult also to access a clean water based on this flooding also taking place in a lot of the places. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we can also look at it in a way that we can dam a lot of these waters to have a production as irrigation. All through can be done through Ministry of Water, Works and Housing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think with your powers and other things, you can also direct this statement for this Water, Works and Housing to come and take steps over these areas where we are having this flooding, especially the Wija area. And, Mr. Speaker, it's also going to affect the livestock also, because these areas, when we are undertaking these fish ponds and all that, this water or this flood also comes into that and then also contaminate whatever they are also having there. And then again, it also disrupts these infrastructures we are also building in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think now we have some families which have been, which are going to live without shelter. I think NADMO can also go and assist them, and then I think we take a proper step through Water, Works and Housing to cure this or to minimize this in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You have the floor. I think we'll take one more and move to another statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement made by the leader over there. I think, first of all, we have to sympathize with the families that have been devastated as a result of the flooding. And then I know they've spoken a lot about the causes and possible solutions, but I think that the two main things that cause flooding in urban areas would be poor urban planning, just like they have said, and improper waste management. Urban planning as a result of poor drainage systems, and then improper waste management is we use a lot of rubber products in this country, and most of them do not degrade within the shortest possible time. As a result, they accumulate, and when there's any little rain in the country, they choke our gutters and get them flooded. What do? We wait for the gutters to be flooded and then choked, and people's houses are damaged, properties are damaged. Then we rush with relief to go and support them. I am going to talk about simple measures that we can do. Instead of sending relief to people, we rather use the money for reliefs to support communities and urban areas that are prone to flooding. The millions we spend in dredging gutters and then giving relief to flood victims in our urban areas, we can use that money rather to employ a lot of the youth who have no jobs. Provide them trucks to convey all the rubbish at every given time. The gutters must be clean. In that way, one, we have achieved getting employment for the youth. We have cleaned the gutters, and when it rains, there is no flood. Then we are making good use of our money. But we allow ourselves to produce a lot of rubbish. We throw litter anywhere, and when the gutters get choked and the houses are flooded, then we have to use money to go and clear it. What are we doing to ourselves? One other issue is that when these gutters are clean and the cities are clean, infections are prevented. This flood is going to cause infection in the areas that are involved. Cholera is going to rise, typhoid is going to rise, pneumonia, and then the rest. People don't even have money to eat now. They'll eat anything at all and get sick. Let's ensure that urban planning is well followed by every district assembly. Enforce the laws. People building on waterways, stop them from building. So I think that the cause of flooding is not because of the meteo agency. If even we resource them and we choke the gutters, we will still have flooding. If even we resource them and we don't plan the cities well, they can diagnose when the rain will fall, we will still have flooding. So let's rather have a change in the way we manage our urban areas and also the way we dispose garbage in this country, and that will help in resolving almost 80% of flooding in our cities. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. That's my contribution.
Thank you, leadership.
Speaker, from the outset, let me thank you for admitting the statement. We all know the times we find ourselves in, and the focus was us to deal with the estimate, but Speaker, you created space for this statement to be made. Let me commend my deputy, the Honorable Jerry Ahmed, also for finding time to put together this statement. Speaker, not to overflog the matter, I think earlier speakers have tried to put matters in context in terms of the variables that should be mentioned when we talk about flooding. Not to sound repetitive though, two factors I consider very important is the impact of climate change. Of course, the human factors are real, are germane, it can't be glossed over. But climate change and its effect is telling. It's telling. The narrative has often been control of mitigation, adaptation. And now the world is also talking about loss and damage because of the resultant effect of the damage caused by flooding and climate change. Speaker, all over the world, modern cities are taking a certain trend. The sustainability and the sustenance of vegetation which serve as buffers for modern cities is something that we are tending to gloss over. Because we are
concretizing all our cities. Excessive usage of concrete, Speaker, is facilitating flooding. Yes. The disposal of waste is a factor. Yes. The drains is a factor. But we are almost concretizing every part of our city. Because it's not for nothing that experts have said that in the building of modern cities, we need to consciously create space for vegetation, which will serve ultimately as a buffer. That is something we are not doing, and city planners will have to take a very good look at. Intermittent desilting of our drains in the cities is something that we are not doing. Speaker, we are not doing that. Intermittently, we should be desilting. And seasonal desiltation of our drains is also important. I think if we revert our minds to these matters, we should be fine. Experts have said that coastal cities are submerging. Your own constituency and areas close to coastal areas, cities are submerging. Old cities, they are losing old cities because of temperature rise in the ocean, the rise of ocean level because of climate change. And experts have said that anthropogenic factors, that human factors, are contributing close to 80% of the causes of this flooding and these extremities of weather patterns. We can't do away with the flood. The floods will come, but we can control it. And we should prepare ahead of time. And it is when we prepare ahead of time that we'll be able to control the flooding. Speaker, not to bore you with words, I think I will pray some consequential directive from your outfit. There is a specific picture and a broader picture. It's not limited to his constituency. All over the country, we've had the Conti project, we've had restoration of the Kole Lagoon project. Billions of these cities have gone down the drain without proper accountability and transparency. I think going forward, Speaker, the Minister of Works and Housing, in consultation, because there are cross-cutting issues, the Minister of Works and Housing, the local government minister, and then the assemblies and their leadership. Speaker, they must come with some medium-term, short-term, and long-term plans to deal with this problem. Otherwise, it becomes a vicious cycle. And let me conclude the note on inviting you. I know we will be going on, we will be rising soon, but when we come back, I'm sure the two ministers, local government and works and housing, could come and apprise the House on some plans and projects to deal with this flooding. Speaker, having said this, I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Yes, Majority Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by our Honorable Second Deputy Minority Whip, Honorable Ahmed. Mr. Speaker, I share his pain because I live around that area and understand how the flood can disturb and destabilize everything, every activity in that areas. Mr. Speaker, in Greater Accra, we have 3 rivers that connect the sea. One is the Ododo River that connects from Circle to the sea, and you can see there is a provision for a gutter that can connect it to the sea, though not well organized, but is somehow okay. Then we have Odokoko. That Odokoko connects through Kaneshi to the sea. That one too, there is under gutter on the street of Odoko Road to Abosokan, through Abosokan to the sea. That one too is somehow okay. Then we have this river, that's Densu River, Densu River that connect through Weja to Wejagbawe. Then it passes through Sakama, Otojo, Sahara down, Tunga, Dansoma last stop, Begbese. And that one must connect to the sea. Mr. Speaker, we can do these things as simple as ABCD, but we don't care. When it's raining season, the flood will come, then we will come and talk, that ends it. We don't do anything about it. Mr. Speaker, go and look at Netherlands. They are living with water, and nobody is saying you are building on a water lane because they know the whole land is water land. So they build and they give attention to the water and create it and even use it as a recreation and tourist area for people to come and watch. Mr. Speaker, all these things, we can work around it and even make it beautiful. Every day we said people should live where they are because they live close to the place is a flood area. Even if they leave that area, the place will still flood and even move to other places and flood those places. All we need is good planning for these 3 rivers, and we will be fine, and we will be good to go. Mr. Speaker, when the Garrett money came, that's $250 million. I was saying, thank you, Lord, because I live around that area and always we see flood. And I said that money can even solve part of the problem, but we didn't see anything. And Mr. Speaker, it's like the blacks, we ourselves are our own enemies. We don't do proper planning, we don't do anything, and every day we keep talking, and we keep blaming people. Mr. Speaker, we can do it. Let us all come together and make sure that money dedicated for such programs, we shouldn't take advantage of that money and then use part to do unnecessary things that will not help us as a nation. Mr. Speaker, thank God Mr. President too has formed a committee that will look into these flood issues. We pray that they get money so that they do good planning for the nation. When Accra is good and Accra is fine, everybody will be fine in Accra. Because it's those rivers that flood everywhere, just 3 rivers in Accra. We couldn't manage those rivers. Let's do proper planning for these rivers. If we will even spend a whole year budget for Greater Accra, for those rivers, let's do it and we'll stop complaining and we will build and we will not have issues. So it's not about who has built close to that river, it's about the proper planning to give a lane, good lane to the river to connect the sea so that people will go and even view that area and say, oh, it's an area that you can go and even release stress. Mr. Speaker, we can do it. Some people have done it. I don't think God created them so differently. We are all created the same. So we should also use our thinking cap properly and work for our nation, for our children should come and enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable, this is a very important statement, and I direct that the statement be transmitted to the Minister responsible for Works and Houses and Sanitation and Water Resources. Members, we have another statement standing in the name of Honorable Anodompre, Minority Chief Whip, on institutionalizing corporate social responsibility, a legislative imperative for Ghana. Honorable, you have the floor.
Speaker, I'm grateful. The Speaker, Corporate social responsibility, CSR, encapsulates a corporation's ethical obligation to conduct its business in a manner that is economically viable, socially responsible, and environmentally sustainable, while simultaneously safeguarding the interests of a diverse range of stakeholders, including employees, consumers, and social development impact of structured CSR framework. For instance, the enactments of the Companies Act of 2013 in India mandate CSR expenditure for corporations with a net worth exceeding some approximately USD 567 million USD approximately. Research findings indicates a marked increase in CSR investment post-legislation, yielding a tangible benefits such as enhanced corporate reputation, increased employees' engagement, and amplified social impact, as incorporated by the PMG 2020 report. Speaker, similarly, within the African continent, South Africa's Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act 2023 has been instrumental in compelling corporations to invest in socio-economic development initiatives. The outcomes have been remarkable, leading to sustained economic growth, employment generation, and social integration, as documented in 2018 and 2019 annual report. It is imperative to note that in South Africa, the BBBE Act has led to an increase in black ownership of companies from 1.9% in 2001 to 23.3% in 2019. Additionally, the Act has contributed to the creation of over 500,000 jobs. It is also important to know that Nigeria has the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board Act, which requires companies operating in the oil and gas sector to invest in local content development. Kenya has the Companies Act 2015, which requires companies to disclose their CSR activities. Further, Mr. Speaker, Brazil's corporate social responsibility law has incentivized corporate investment in social and environmental initiatives, yielding measurable improvement in access to education and healthcare services. Additionally, Denmark's Financial Statement Act mandates CSR reporting, enhancing transparency, corporate accountability, and stakeholder engagement, as evidenced by the Danish Business Authorities Report 2020. Speaker, these jurisdictions amplify the tangible benefits of legislated CSR frameworks, underscoring the necessity for Ghana to adopt a structured and binding CSR policy. Speaker, while Ghana has some incremental progress in advancing CSR, particularly in the extractive industries, the absence of a standardized regulatory framework has led to inconsistencies in corporate accountability and impact measurement. The Ghana Chamber of Mines report that the mining sector allocated some 1.4 million Ghana cedis, approximately 230 million USD to Sierra initiative in 2020, a notable increase from 1.1 billion in 2019. Speaker, despite these investments, CSR engagement in Ghana remains largely voluntary, with no mandatory reporting requirements to ensure transparency and accountability. Speaker, the lack of comprehensive national CSR policy has led to a fragmented approach, with corporations implementing sporadic initiatives rather than integrating CSR into their core operational strategies. A prevalent misconception in Ghana equates CSR with discretionary philanthropic rather than recognizing it as integral component of corporate governance that fosters sustainable national development. Speaker, this narrow perspective has resulted in superficial and short-term engagement rather than strategic and sustained investment in community empowerment, environmental conservation, and workforce development. Speaker, Ghana's regulatory environment further compounds the challenges surrounding CSR. According to the International Organization for Standardization's 2020 report, Ghana is among the few African nations lacking a national CSR policy or binding legislation. Moreover, weak enforcement mechanisms exacerbates the issue, with the Ghana Chamber of Mines reporting some 60% of mining companies are not being subjected to regulatory inspection in the past year. Speaker, the inadequacies of Ghana's labor laws in safeguarding workers' rights, as highlighted by the International Labour Organization, further expose the limitations of the existing CSR framework. Additionally, the Ghana Environmental Protection Agency 2020 report reveals that the maximum penalty for corporate environmental infractions stands at a mere 10,000 Ghana cedis, an amount insufficient to deter non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, the absence of a robust legislative framework perpetuates inconsistencies in CSR implementation across industries, thereby undermining the country's ability to hold corporations accountable for their social and environmental footprints. Speaker, furthermore, Ghana ranks 114th out of 129 countries in stakeholder engagement according to the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And this underscores the need for structured regulatory interventions to enhance corporate-community relations. Speaker, given the preponderance of empirical evidence and institutional reports, it is imperative that Ghana enacts a national CSR policy and legislation that mandates corporate entities to operate within an ethical and socially responsible framework. Such legislation will provide a structured mechanism for corporations to align their CSR initiatives with national development priorities, ensuring that corporate contributions transcend mere public relations exercise to become impactful and measurable contributions to socio-economic progress. Speaker, in drawing the curtains to a close, in this regard, I propose the following legislative consideration. 1. Mandatory CSR reporting. Companies should be legally obliged to disclose their CSR initiatives and financial commitment to enhance transparency and accountability. Conformity to CSR standards. The policy framework should establish clear CSR benchmarks that corporations must adhere to, ensuring uniformity in corporate engagement across industries. Enforcement mechanism. Regulatory bodies must be empowered to monitor, evaluate, and enforce compliance with CSR obligations, including the impositions of deterrent penalties for non-compliance. Speaker, stakeholder engagement requirement. Corporations must be mandated to engage in meaningful consultations with local communities and other relevant stakeholders to ensure that CSR initiatives address pertinent social needs and contribute to sustainable development. Speaker, in conclusion, the formulation and enactment of a national CSR policy and legislative framework is a critical step towards fostering sustainable development and enhancing corporate accountability in Ghana. A well-defined CSR policy will not only provide the necessary legal structure for responsible corporate behavior, but also serve as a catalyst for inclusive economic growth, environmental and CSR legislation to ensure that corporate entities contribute meaningfully to socio-economic advancement of our dear country. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the floor is now open for comment. Erika Damagbana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of this very important statement, and I would want to plead that beyond just a statement being discussed on the floor of Parliament, we take the recommendations concerning the statement very seriously and see how we can help as a country for us to adopt or enact a CSR policy for this country. Mr. Speaker, across the world, companies and businesses are being urged to operate within some ethical standards. And here in Ghana, because it is not mandatory, companies are allowed to do or embark on CSR activities at their own will. There are a number of things we can do to promote CSR activities, especially even in education. Recently, we were at the National Education Forum, and the issue of education financing came up. And we discovered that there are many companies or businesses operating, even making profits within certain limits that can support education financing. But because there is no national policy on CSR, they are not able to enter the space or the ecosystem to contribute. There are a number of things we can do. One is for us to have a national dialogue on CSR. We currently do not have a standard practice, and so depending on the sector, there are various policies. The mining sector has a different policy regarding CSR, and the other sectors have their own policies, but we need to have a national policy on CSR, and that will be the beginning of getting businesses or companies to operate in more ethical ways and also to contribute positively. In terms of environment, we're talking about green transition and all of that. Without legislation, it will be difficult to be a check on companies that are operating or polluting our environment, because we will have these conversations on a very general manner, but because of the lack of legislation, you will not be able to hold any company accountable for how they are operating. We need to enact a law. I will plead that as the maker of the statement himself is a leader in this house, I will encourage him to follow this issue up, and then let's see how we can have an interministerial committee set up and for us to begin a national dialogue on CSR. Again, one thing we can do to promote CSR is to grant tax incentives, Mr. Speaker, to companies that are operating ethically. The tax incentives will become a way of getting many more people into the ecosystem who will agree that beyond just making profit out of operating in Ghana, they can also contribute to building schools or embarking on corporate social responsibilities that will positively impact this country. We earlier discussed issue of flooding, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, these issues of flooding cannot only be a governmental issue. All these private companies that we talk about, as part of their CSR, can be brought in to help so that together we can confront some of these social challenges that confront us. I believe this statement should be treated as a very, very important statement, and let's follow up and take some urgent steps on it and ensure that we enact a national CSR policy to guide how businesses operate in this country. Once again, I commend the maker of this statement for bringing this important issue to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll first thank my respected leader for this statement. Mr. Speaker, when yesterday our proposition was also proposed for the country to take. And Mr. Speaker, as at now, we are still talking about it, and then I think it's also high time for this August House to do well to adopt it, as we have done for the local content as well. And Mr. Speaker, because there is no binding law to cover this CSR, some companies also go to some communities, do some MO with them, and then later they choose to do different things. And because they can't also complain as much, you see, they do that and then get away with it. And I think, Mr. Speaker, when we are able to do so, especially in the mining areas, some things we'll be complaining now will be the thing of the past in terms of community development and well-being, and then the safe of the environment will not be an issue which we will be talking about it. And then I think, Mr. Speaker, we can also do well by also encouraging the companies who will be doing well within this side to help them in terms of, let's say, giving them some concessions which will be good for them to promote this CSR for that. And I think, Mr. Speaker, by that, we can promote the social welfare of the communities and then its citizens. So by these few words, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the maker of the statement. Thank you.
Members, leadership, the statement is Minority Chief Whip. Honourable members, we also have another statement standing in the name of Honourable Alassane Oman, MP for Sabzugu, on road traffic congestion in the capital city of Ghana.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The honourable member is not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Be ready for the next item. After his statement, we are moving to the next item.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to address the August House on the pressing issues of road traffic congestion in Ghana's capital cities, particularly Accra and Kumasi. Road networks are vital for daily activities, including commuting to work, markets, and places of worship. However, congestion has become a major social or socio-economic and environmental challenges demanding attention. Despite efforts by successive governments to construct and expand roads, progress has stagnated over the past 8 years. Daily, thousands of Ghanaians endure long hours in traffic, wasting valuable time and productivity. According to the World Bank's 2021 report, connecting the dots, people, jobs, and social services in urban Ghana, 70% of major roads in Accra are congested during rush hours with vehicle speeds dropping below 20 kilometers per hour. The Ghana Statistical Service also notes that Accra population has grown by 35% over the past 2 decades. While road infrastructure has remained largely unchanged, the World Bank estimates that Ghana loses approximately $200 million annually due to congestions, stemming from lost productivity, excessive fuel consumption, and delayed business operations. Beyond economic losses, congestion poses serious health and environmental risk. The Environmental Protection Agency 2022 report highlights that vehicle emissions account for 70% of urban air pollution, contributing to respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. Additionally, the mental toll of prolonged traffic exposure leads to stress, frustrations, and a decline in quality of life. Causes of congestions. Several factors contribute to the worsening traffic situation. 1. Rapid urbanization and vehicle ownership. Urban population have surged from 50% in 2000 to 58% today, with Accra alone housing over 5 million people. The Driver and Vehicle Licenses Authority, DVL, reports over 3 million registered vehicles, 70% of which are concentrated in Accra and Kumasi. Poor road infrastructure. Many roads are narrow, poorly maintained, and lack proper intersections, flyovers, and dedicated lanes for buses and cyclists. The absence of a functional bus rapid transit system exacerbates the problem. 3. Inefficient public transport. Over 60% of commuters rely on informal transport services like trotros and taxis, which operate without schedule or designated stops, contributing to disorder and congestion. 4. Weak traffic management, reckless driving, illegal parking, and poor enforcement of traffic regulations further worsen congestion. Proposed solutions. To address this crisis, a multifaceted approach is required. Modern public transport system. Implement a BRT system with dedicated bus lanes, expanding rail transport, and promoting non-motorized transport like cycling and walking can reduce reliance on private vehicles. 2. Light rail transit, often referred to as modern trainway or light metro. It is an urban transportation system that uses electrical-powered rail-guided vehicles, typically operating on dedicated tracks at ground level on electrical structures or tunnels, which makes them environmental friendly. Upgrading road infrastructure, expanding high traffic corridors, constructing flyovers, underpasses, and alternative routes, and integrating pedestrian-friendly walkways, cycling lanes are essential. Smart traffic management, adopting AI-based technologies such as intelligent traffic lights, real-time monitoring, and automated ticketing system can improve traffic flow and penalize offenders. Strict enforcement of traffic laws, enforcing parking regulations, penalizing reckless driving, and implementing congestion pricing for high traffic zones during peak hours can instill discipline among road users. Behavioral change, encourage carpooling, redesigning and flexible work schedules, including remote work options, can reduce the number of vehicles on the road. Conclusion. Mr. Speaker, road traffic congestion is choking our economy, polluting our air, and diminishing our quality of life. Addressing this issue requires collective action from policymakers, engineers, businesses, and commuters. By investing in modern transport system, upgrading infrastructure, and enforcing traffic laws, we can build a fast, safe, and efficient transport system. The time for action is now. Let us reset and create the Ghana we want, a nation where movement is seamless and sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Honourable members, can we limit ourselves to one comment each? Yes, Honourable Stephen Amwa. Very well. OPK, you have the floor.
Thank you very much.
the Speaker for the opportunity to contribute to this very important statement on road traffic congestion, especially in the capital, Accra. The Speaker, indeed, if you are to travel, especially in the central business district of Accra, for a distance that will take you less than 10 minutes, you would be spending over 1 hour, 2 hours trying to get to your destination. Sometimes I wonder, persons who work at Ghana Cocoa Board, how they are able to get to their offices. I mean, the traffic there alone, the Speaker, it's quite worrying. So I'm happy that this thing has come to the attention of the House. And Mr. Speaker, we all know the reasons. I mean, the over-reliance on our road transport system is a major cause of this road traffic congestions. I mean, poor urban planning, inadequate traffic management systems, encroachment and street trading. In fact, in the central business district, persons who engage in petty trading, who have taken over the streets of Accra, are contributing largely to the traffic congestion that we experience in our country. Mr. Speaker, successive governments have done their bit. Especially with respect to road infrastructure expansions. We also saw the Pokwasi interchange, which is a 4-tier interchange and the first of its kind in West Africa. We've seen the Tema Motorway interchange phase 1 project. We've seen the Obechebi Lamte interchange phase 1 and phase 2, which is currently ongoing. And of course, the Tamale interchange. All these road constructions are aimed at ensuring that the congestion that we see on our roads are controlled. And one key thing that, Mr. Speaker, for me, I think we should be doing as a country is that a lot of the people who do business or who work in the central business district of Accra live outside the areas, probably due to the high cost of renting in Accra. But if within the capitals, I mean, you monitor what is going on, you see that you'd have, let's say, 2 acres of land with just a 4-bedroom accommodation belonging to the state. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for the state to consider building high-rising buildings in the central business district so that workers can get these buildings to rent at an affordable rate to ease the congestion on our roads. I mean, if the person lives nearby, 10 minutes drive, 5 minutes walk to his work site, he can even go to office with a bicycle. Now, in Parliament, we have seen that Parliament has introduced electronic bicycles and all of that. And once we have started here, the Ghanaian people will accept and appreciate that that will be a better form of transport, and they will be using it. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement for bringing this to our attention, and I'm happy that the road minister is here. There's a need to do more. There's a need to construct more roads to ease the pressure in Accra. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement.
Honourable Member, that brings us to the end of statement. Honourable Members, at commencement of public business. Leaders.
Mr. Speaker, we want to take item 18 on today's order paper at page 5. The minister is not around, so road minister is here, so I've discussed with my colleague so that the road minister will move the motion on behalf of the sector minister.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, you see my colleagues, I always cooperate with them. And yet, I always cooperate with them. That's fine. For the road minister to stand instead of the local government minister,
Yesterday, Honorable Ahmed was here. He was here for a very long period. Unfortunately, our time was taken by the financial bill, so we're unable to do it. What I would say is that, yes, we are going electronic. Your report has been uploaded here. I can see it. But Speaker, we need just few copies to complement what we have on the system. So we can start with the local government, but the other motions, they should get a few of the copies just for us to complete what we have on the system. Otherwise, we don't have hard copies at all. So he can proceed.
Clerk, let the committee
also give us,
the committee class should give us few copies of the reports.
He should try and he should work closely with me. He should give me a chronology of the motions so that we can all get ready. Give me first 5 so that we get carried along. If you mention them on the spur of the moment, we don't get moved along. So the first 5 and then we can move.
Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, take note. He wants the first 5 motions that will be taken. The report on the first 5 motions.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
For now, Honorable Minister responsible for Rules and Highways, you may move the motion numbered 18.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank my colleagues from both sides for this kind gesture. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 4,356,455 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this amount is expected to help the ministry deal with all the issues, the coordinated activities at our local assemblies, at the regional coordinating councils, manage entities that work on waste disposal in our communities, and many other initiatives that the ministry has outlined as part of the 2025 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Motion moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion that this House approves the sum of 4,044,356,455 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, before I present the committee's report, I want to ask that the Hansa Department capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, I want to just go straight to the concluding part. Aside the numerous issues that were raised at the committee level, the most critical one had to do with the issue of sanitation. In the budget, Mr. Speaker, committee members realized that the issue of sanitation is very critical in this country. Budgetary allocation to cater for sanitation in the country was nothing to write home about. But at the end of the day, the committee was able to meet with the finance minister, and he made an assurance that before the appropriation is passed, an additional allocation was going to be made to cater for the issue of sanitation. So I want to therefore plead once again on behalf of the ministry that the finance minister will go by his assurance or promise and do the appropriating. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Former Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion and the request for funding of 4,044,356,455 cedis for the Ministry of Local Government,
Rural Development and Chieftaincy, Culture and Religious Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Religious Affairs Committee.
Ministry is now Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs.
Yes, please. And Sanitation and Water Resources. That's the joint committee. That's the report coming from the joint committee. Mr. Speaker, there are two issues that I believe that I want to comment on. One of them is the elevation of the chieftaincy and the religious affairs entity from a status of a directorate to an agency. Mr. Speaker, if you take the work that our chieftaincy institutions and religious organizations do for this country, you realize that they are really the embodiment of the Ghanaian society. And therefore, reducing them from a ministry to the level of a directorate, we believe is not appropriate. In fact, we believe that when we give it the status of an agency, it will go a long way to raise and mobilize a lot of resources for themselves and invest in these two institutions. Mr. Speaker, one area we realize is that most of the chiefs in this country feel that their powers have been withdrawn from them. But as a society, we can give them a lot of space and a lot of responsibility and obligations to support government work. If you take the regions, one of our biggest challenges we tend to have in our regions is the issue of security. A lot of chieftaincy issues across the length and breadth of the country. When I was the regional minister, I didn't have less than 200 cases before my office and the regional House of Chiefs. Clearly it shows that if you are giving some responsibility and resources to manage affairs in a certain way, the security situation will be better than what we see today. Because currently, as we speak, chieftaincy insecurity is more than even armed robberies we have in this country. And we believe that if you're able to bring it to the status of an agency, it will go a long way, a very, very long way, to stabilize them, for them to play their part. The second issue I also wanted to look at is the issue of the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority. Mr. Speaker, if you take the Ministry of Environment and Science, you realize that there are a lot of funds that are locked up in their area. We have the Spatial Planning Fund, and we also have even the Land Restoration Fund. Unfortunately, these funds are not usually available for the ministry that overlooks these departments. And we believe that it's time that the law is brought back into this House for some amendment so that the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development can have access to these funds to develop our cities. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest issues we have in this country is the development and growth of our mining towns. You realize that there's always a disconnect between the gold that is extracted from these towns and then the way these towns are developed. Most of the times, we tend to accuse big mining companies in these towns. Meanwhile, the development and spatial planning and built environment in these towns are not in the control of these big mining companies. And I believe that if these funds are made available to the ministry, they can have a collaborative way of making sure that as they are extracting more gold from the area, the district, metropolitan municipal assemblies in those areas will have some funding to ensure proper planning, ensure proper built environment, and ensure that our cities actually portray the kind of resources that are extracted from these regions. With this view, Mr. Speaker, in this view, Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the motion for the approval.
Thank you very much, Member.
For the ministries.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip. So how many people are we taking on each? Two each. Very well. Yes, Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Chairman, I would like to touch on the sanitation aspect of the
We don't
motion.
have the numbers.
Mr. Chairman, you can, Mr. Speaker, you realize that under sanitation, it's very important for us because sanitation is a key to our economic recovery. Unfortunately, there is an aspect of this budget statement that has an issue, and that one has to do with the SPL. Unfortunately, the SPL has been redirected to augment the energy levy. And based on that, the arrears for sanitation between 2023 and 2024 is close to about let me make the reference here. Yes, it's about 1.272 billion Ghana cedis. This is the arrears that the state or the government owns contractors within the sanitation industry. Unfortunately, the SPL, that is Sanitation and Pollution Levy, that is going to take care of these arrears, has been moved to energy levy. And for that matter, there is no dedicated fund for the sanitation industry. We had the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Finance to deliberate on why this levy has been moved to energy. He gave us the impression that it is a government policy. So unfortunately, there is nothing we can do about it. So we wanted to find out, if that is the case, how do we take care of the sanitation issues that we have here and the arrears of over 1.2 billion. He made us understand that there's going to be about 13 billion in this budget that is going to take care of arrears, and that much, there's going to be part of it going to sanitation. Mr. Speaker, we all understand sanitation is a big issue in Ghana here, especially the big cities, Accra, Kumasi, and other big cities. So we want to appeal to the finance minister that if he's going to use part of the arrears budget to take care of the sanitation, we want to be assured that definitely they are going to use this money to take care of the arrears that are already in existence and those that we are going to generate now. So with these few words, I want to agree with the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, Minority Whip.
Speaker, just some few observations. I wish my colleague was here, but it's okay. Speaker, let's get it that the development authorities have all been uploaded onto this ministry, the 3 development authorities. And so it comes in its wake a certain renewed concern, and we have to look at the budget provision, because what it means is that they will have to be given more oxygen in the prosecution of their works. Speaker, if you recall, last year, the collection of IGF by the assemblies was an issue, where there was a concern as to whether it has to be centralized or it should be decentralized as the normal approach. I've tried to go through the report, if there will be some expression in terms of what the attitude of the ministry will be. Will it be a departure of what pertained last year? It's a concern, which I don't find any expressions in the report. But we can raise it with our colleague, and I'm sure he's also equally concerned about it. Speaker, the land use and spatial planning, they have a challenge. There is an act that had a dedicated funding in this regard. Unfortunately, structurally, the fund is supervised by the Ministry of Environment. As a result, the local government is having a difficulty in assessing that fund. So we may have to devise and navigate properly how the ministry can assess that fund, because the act has been passed already, the fund has been established. Speaker, the Institute of Local Government, also we are told, I think last 2 weeks or so, the minister was in the House to answer a question relating to the bill of the Institute of Local Government. I hope there will be the ministry will make some provision in ensuring that the bill is passed into an act as soon as possible. We all know how important the Local Government Institute is and the role it has played in defining our decentralization drive. We may have to bring, Honorable Road Minister, you have to listen, since you are standing instead, and then bring these matters before the minister to attach all the importance it deserves. Waste management. Speaker, over the years, it's been a challenge, and companies involved have come out in the public discourse, and there have been various allegations thrown about that officers employed by these companies are not paid appropriately. These matters have come up, and I hope the minister will want to take it up. Again, concerns about religious concerns and religious and chieftaincy matters have also been uploaded to the same ministry. So I hope these matters will be taken into consideration. Finally, we are told assembly members are going to be paid some allowance. And Speaker, you and I do know that they come under this ministry. I don't know if it is the case that in drafting the common fund formula, that consideration will be taken, or it is something that should come midstream budget preparation of the ministry. Maybe, I'm not sure, my good friend, the road minister, has some answers to it, but you have the answers. Maybe you should give us some answers on this. Having said that, I support the motion. I thank you.
Honourable Minister, your concluding remark.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank colleagues for supporting the motion for the approval of this estimate. The respected Minority Chief Whip raised a number of issues, two of which are very significant and needed to be addressed. Indeed, this House nearly passed the bill for the local government, the establishment of the local government university. The proponent did a lot of work. The situation in the House did not allow us to pass it. So I agree that it's one of the things we should prioritize and pass as quickly as possible. His inquiry about how the assembly members will be paid. Yes, the assembly members' remuneration will be part of the common fund formula, which is being considered as we speak. So those are the two significant issues I need to address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the House have it. The motion is adopted. This Honourable House accordingly approves the sum of 4,356,455 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Chief.
Mr. Speaker, we will take item 25 on today's order paper at page 7. The existing protocol is working, so we'll ask the road minister to move the motion. It is inherent in the first application I made, so.
Honourable Minority Leader, the application is road minister.
I will not object. They know I will not object. But I have cautioned him that he should give us the first five.
Yes, and they should take note of your cooperation. They should take judicial notice of your cooperation.
Speaker.
Yes.
Proceed.
Honorable Road Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you for the opportunity and I acknowledge the cooperation of my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,904,904,981 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these sums are intended to, amongst others, help the ministry coordinate their various activities in the improvement of crop and livestock and the distribution of same to consumers, work with other agencies to improve irrigation in designated areas, and also to work towards improving agribusiness in our country. It's also intended to help do sustainable management of land and environment in the cultivated land for purposes of agriculture and collaborate with other state agencies. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
All members' motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Gakwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the motion and to second the motion.
Yes,
in doing so,
Mr.
Speaker, in presenting your committee's report, the committee met and then discussions were done. There were some key observations we want to bring to the fore. One of them is the low investment in terms of irrigation development. We met the minister and then it was reiterated that the minister noted that we have almost about 1.9 million hectares of irrigatable lands, and then out of that, it's only few that is used. Based on that, irrigation for wealth creation project is intended to establish 10 acres of 10 hectares of new irrigation across 8.
Member, in conclusion.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee carefully examined the budget of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for 2025 financial year and is satisfied that the policies and program outlined for the year will go a long way to position Agric on the anchor of the sustainable growth and development. And the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the total sum of 2,904,000,000 Ghana cedis, 904,981 Ghana cedis to implement the plans and program and of activities for the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year 2025 fiscal year. I so.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion on the floor. Speaker, motion number 25, that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,904,904,908 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I want to make a few comments. Speaker, when your committee met with the ministry, we look at their 2024 performance. Speaker, and I'm glad to report that the committee was satisfied when it came to the distribution of planting materials, fertilizers, pesticides, weedicides, and other items needed for crop production. Speaker, we also realized that the ministry was able to construct 69 warehouses, and 9 are ongoing. And we're also happy to learn from the ministry that electricity will be extended to the completed warehouses. Speaker, it may interest you to learn that the ministry is not only importing vaccines, and that's last year, 2024, they were able to produce 2.1 million veterinary vaccines locally. Speaker, that is good news. We are, of course, going to create jobs for our youth. Speaker, we are also happy to learn that the ministry was able to support victims of the Akosombo dam spillage. Indeed, over 334,000 victims were supported. Speaker, the ministry also briefed the committee about the outlook for 2025. They're going to look at crop and livestock development program, production and productivity improvements, mechanization, irrigation, agricultural development, sustainable management. Speaker, these programs and activities, they are gargantuan, if I should borrow the word from the former special prosecutor. Speaker, and I'm wondering where the money is going to come from, because if you look at the allocation for the ministry, Speaker, it's only 2.9 billion, far lower than what was allocated for the ministry in 2024. And Mr. Speaker, donor contribution alone is 45% of this amount. So, Speaker, if you look at the programs outlined under mechanization alone, Speaker, they are going to establish 50 farmer service centers. They are going to establish modern irrigation systems under the 24-hour economy, and then they are also going to implement the irrigation for wealth creation to fully harness the country's irrigation potential. Speaker, so the budgetary allocation to the ministry is too small. Speaker, we made some observations, key ones. Speaker, the first one is about low investment in irrigation. Speaker, the minister told us that Ghana, we have about 1.9 million hectares of irrigable land, but only 226,000 is currently utilized. And also several irrigation projects which were started some time ago have either been stalled or those which have been completed are not operational. Speaker, what was disturbing was that outstanding IPCs from irrigation contracts exceed 2.2 billion, but only 100 million has been allocated. We don't know what is going to happen to the other outstanding IPCs. Speaker, we also noticed that even though the ministry generates a lot of funds internally, very little is allocated to the ministry. In 2024, for example, even though 24 million was approved, only 5.9 million was released. This is just about 25% of what was approved. The veterinary services director...
Member conclude.
Speaker,
Honourable members, please, the reports are many, so let's summarize our contributions.
I'll be concluding, Speaker. Speaker, so in conclusion, I urge this Honorable House to join me in supporting the report in the approval of the budgetary allocation of 2,904,981 Ghana cedis for the services of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, any concluding remark? Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favour of the motion number 25 on today's order paper at page 7, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the motion is adopted. This Honourable House accordingly approves the sum of 2,904,981 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we take item 26.
Honourable members, motion number 26.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 807,444,639 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these amounts are intended to be expended on activities of the ministry, amongst other things, for the administration of Ghana's lands, including stool lands, the management of our forest resources in sustainable ways, the Geological Survey Department, the issues of oversighting Minerals Commission, and the promotion of sustainable mining and minimizing damage to our environment, the activities of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium and Steel Development Corporation, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you. Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the committee, I present your committee's report.
Please do.
You should make the application. You shouldn't take the chair for granted.
That is why I say please do. He said, as a member of the committee, he would like to present the committee's report. And I said, please do.
Mr. Speaker, I'll call on the table office to capture the entire report as having been read whilst I read the conclusion. The committee has due scrutinized the 2025 annual budget estimate of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in the light of the monumental prospect of the sector to support the country's developmental efforts as well as the myriad of challenges bedeviling the sector. Key challenges include low budgetary allocation, delayed releases of approved budgets, and the Galamsey menace. The committee, however, observed that the 2025 budgetary allocations to the ministry and its agencies are woefully inadequate to unlock the prospect of the sector and to address the challenges therein. Additional funds will be required to address the financial shortfalls, especially the amount of 19 million Ghana cedis required by GGSA to rehabilitate the National Seismic Observatory Center. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Thank you. Motion moved and seconded, and it is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this proposed approval of a budget of 1,104,981
870,449,337 Ghana cedi for services for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I do that mindful of the fact that in the committee's report, they are promising us that arrears owed youth in afforestation program will be paid under this particular approval, which is good news because these are young people who have rendered services to the country with outstanding payment. Mr. Speaker, the last one I want to commend them on is the issue of GhanaWeb and then GhanaWeb, the Ghana Aluminium Development Corporation, and then Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation. These are babies of the previous government. His Excellency Akufo-Addo established this with the aim of raking in from our mineral deposit returns that would benefit the country. And the minister taking cognizance of that fact and budgeting an amount of 28 million and 60 million respectively for GhanaWeb and GhanaWeb is something worthy of commendation. That said, this amount is so woefully inadequate for the needed capital injection we need in this sector. Mr. Speaker, GhanaWeb is one of the things that we're trying to use to enhance the development of the Eastern Corridor. And I'm sure that the President would equally be concerned about that and taking measures to ensuring that those projects and those programs benefit the good people of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with this few words, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minority Whip.
If it pleases you, will you take him?
Yes, I have two people standing behind you.
So you can take either of them and then I will conclude on our side from them.
Very well. So, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the approval of the budget estimate for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the allocation that was given to the ministry the past year, 2024, the ministry exhausted a budgetary allocation of 1.7 billion. When you look at the allocation for 2025, the ministry is supposed to have 1.8 billion for consideration and approval. However, under the observations, you realize that a lot of the resources that are going to be given to the agencies under the ministry are all being cut. If you look at that of the Minerals Commission, the report indicates that the Minerals Commission submitted a budget of 720 million Ghana cedis. However, this budget is allocating almost 60% of their budget, which is 493 million. Now, if you look at the functions of the Minerals Commission vis-a-vis the fight against illegal mining, and then our quest to improve on our capacity to maximize our mineral resources, then this huge budgetary reduction for the Minerals Commission is very worrying. Mr. Speaker, if you go back again and look at the funds for the Office of Administrator of Stool Lands, the budget is allocating 269 million. And according to them, these resources is also very inadequate for their administration. Similar challenges are faced by the Ghana Boundary Commission and that of the Lands Commission. In as much as, Mr. Speaker, we want to admonish the Ministry of Finance to improve on its revenue distribution, it is very clear that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is heavily underfunded.
Member, conclude.
And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to encourage the Minister of Finance that getting into the media review, special attention should be given into resourcing the Ministry of Lands. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in seeking for the House approval for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources 2025 financial year. I thank you for the opportunity.
Party Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the approval of the advertised amount in lieu of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Let me focus on just few observations. Speaker, a matter that comes up has to do with the capping of the IGF of the agencies under the ministry. We do know that the government has set out to uncap most of the statutory funds. In the spirit of uncapping these funds, I think the tentacles of that spirit should be extended to the agencies under the ministry. It's so important, and this is a matter we can have a discussion on, and I'm sure we can engage the minister on this for it to take effect. Speaker, the payment of the youth in afforestation, we all know the importance of the afforestation, the National Afforestation Project. We have a huge outstanding, and we want to employ the ministry to navigate properly, to find the necessary oxygen, and make sure that our youth affected are paid. And the Deputy Whip he presented the report. It should be the conduit to carry the message to the minister that all the outstandings are paid. Our youth are bleeding. Speaker, the matter related to the Geological Survey Authority is so grave, and I cannot emphasize more. I recall during the vetting, the Honorable Minister has said that as part of effort to fight galamsey and irresponsible mining, he is going to ensure that there is categorization of the stakeholders in the mining industry. And he has said that one of the key factors is the Geological Survey Department, because they are going to help in the categorization. Speaker, here we are. The oxygen, the necessary oxygen that the Geological Survey needs to prosecute on this noble agenda is being denied. What is given to them is woefully inadequate. I hope now that we have good board coming on board, we can make consideration to take care of the Ghana Geological Survey. It's so important, because they will be able to tell the places that we have mineral deposits so that people can mine more responsibly. It's important we take very good notice of this observation. Speaker, the National Seismic Observer Center, they have a mandate to monitor and give us information ahead of time of indications of the risks of earthquake incidents. We got the funding gap of some 19 million. It's so bad. And Honorable Whip, we have to take good notice and make sure, even if we cannot produce or provide all the 19, we should do something about it. It cannot be left in the way it is. So having said this, I think we are moving ahead. The earlier speaker spoke about the Ghana Boundary Commission. We passed the bill into an act. Now we have the Boundary Commission Act. I mean, recall all we had to go through to get it passed. The funding again becomes a challenge. Speaker, the big fish here is galamsey. We can't pretend about it. I'm disturbed. I've come through all the report. How many pages? 19-page report. Not a dedicated expression on galamsey. Why? There should be some. The minister had told us at the vetting we are going to do categorization, blah, 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 blah. This is in your budget. For a whole year budget, no dedication to galamsey fight. It's regrettable. It's totally regrettable. No, you can't justify this. Speaker, I think there should be further engagement, And I will employ the committee that they should further engage the minister. There should be definite expression for the fight against galamsey. We can't leave it as it is. Passing statements and sweeping statements being made in this regard cannot hold and cannot justify the inaction. So we are, in as much as I speak in support of the motion, I think these observations should be teased out. And the minister, thankfully, is one of us. And he's not a difficult person. Some of these things, we should find a way of reinforcing it and dealing with this matter. Let's let the public know. You had told them you were going to fight galamsey. You said we have failed. That's why the Ghanaians voted against us. You are now at the helm of affairs. Show us the way. Show us the... I'm concluding. So, I'm concluding on the galamsey, and also urge the minister that he should probably come back to the House and give us a better particulars on his actions to dealing with the galamsey menace. I thank you, Speaker.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion number 26 on today's order paper, page 7, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This August House approves the sum of 1,817,449,639 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministries of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2025. Members, before moving on to the other item, let me acknowledge the presence of New Joburg South Youth Parliament, led by Emmanuel Asari, who is their speaker, and they are from New Joburg South constituency, 51 in number. Also, pupils from King's Heaven Montessori School, led by Mrs. Hannah Ayesen, proprietress of the school. They are from Ghana, 70 in number. Atomic Hills Basic 1 School, led by Ebenezer Nyako Kujo, teacher. They are from Domi, Kwabenya. They are 62 in numbers. Honorable members, on behalf of the entire House and myself, I wish our dear visitors and students a fruitful stay in Parliament. Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking item 30.
Members, item number 30.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House approve the sum of 838,685,221 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these sums, amongst other things, is intended to support the ministry's work in the implementation of the National Rural Telephony Project, a project that is very dear to many MPs here, especially those of us from rural communities. The work of the Ghana Meteorological Services, whose works help farmers, air navigation and other things in this country. The completion of the phase 1 of the Digital Youth Village, the management of the activities of Ghana Post, the cyber security and many other organizations under this ministry. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I second the motion for the approval of 838,685,449 421 Ghana cedis for the telecommunications industry. Mr. Speaker, this is very, very critical considering the fact that the budget for the communication industry has been reduced this year significantly. And at the committee, we wondered how the ministry will be able to implement 8 projects with this amount that has been allocated for this year. Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the mover of the motion, it is very, very important that as a country we do not move, leaving behind over 5 million Ghanaians who are either
in conclusion,
or don't have rural connectivity at all.
Please,
so,
in
Mr.
conclusion.
Speaker, on this premise, I second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded. Report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable OPK.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment on the motion for this House to approve the sum of 838 million for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, whilst doing that, I wish to highlight some key points in the report. First has to do with the performance of Ghana Post. Mr. Speaker, the committee was impressed with the performance with the financial performance of Ghana Post, given the improvement in its revenue generation efforts and the introduction of innovations, particularly in the view of the general perception of reduction in the patronage of its services in the advancement of technology. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure this accounts for reasons why the erstwhile administration at Ghana Post intended to employ a lot more people to help in its delivery of its services. But today, persons who have been employed under Ghana Post are being sacked and told to go home. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to highlight Ghana's effort in its cyber crime efforts in the cybersecurity space. It's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that Ghana today is ranked as the second highest on the continent. In fact, an improvement from 2014 where we were ranked 34% on the continent. Today, Ghana is doing 99.27% and we're on tier 1. It's a very significant improvement and we need to highlight these key points. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch on NITA. Government, through its efforts, is doing everything possible to improve on the services of NITA. But I also want to clear an impression that is being created from the ministry that NITA, as at February 2025, had only 25 Ghana cedis in its account. Mr. Speaker, it is not true. The 25 Ghana cedis in NITA's account was as a result of the sweeping of money by the Controller and Accountant General. So that impression should not be created that the erstwhile administration left just 25 Ghana cedis. It is as a result of the fact that the Ministry of Finance, through the Controller and Accountant General, decided to sweep the accounts of NITA. Mr. Speaker, the monies owed by NITA, should be borne by the Ministry of Finance because it's part of the entire smart home project that is being run by central government. So NITA certainly is performing well. NITA do not owe that impression. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to highlight the fact that 100 million Ghana cedis for the 1 million coders program is inadequate. In fact, in the manifesto of the NDC, we were told that they are going to invest some $3 billion in the 1 million coders program. Mr. Speaker, 100 million of the 3 billion is just 0.2% of the monies we were promised. And it's turning out to be that this whole program may be 419 and the Ghanaian youth are highly expectant of it. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I am worried that the budget allocation to the Ministry of Communication has been slashed. I'm worried that the flagship program of His Excellency the President, the 1 million codex program, has not been given enough oxygen. And I'm worried that Ghana Post, which is performing extremely well per the reports that we have gotten, today staff of Ghana Post are being laid off, are being sacked. And it's a growing worry that we all must check. With this said, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for this House to approve the budget for the Ministry of Communication and Information. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru. Yes, Honorable Linda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the report. Mr. Speaker, when we met at the committee level, we observed that if you look at the important role of the Ghana Meteorological Agency, they play a very crucial role. But unfortunately, some funding challenges are being faced. And the House has passed an act for the Meteorological Agency 2004. That gives them an opportunity to receive some money from Aviation Authority. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this issue has become a turf war between them and aviation. The releases are not being done. And we have to bring this to your attention as a House, as a leader of this House, to see how we can get compliance to this particular act so that these monies can get to the meteorological departments. Mr. Speaker, another issue that we realized was the importance of the rural telephony projects. Mr. Speaker, if this project is properly handled, the whole country will be connected and there will not be communication challenges. But unfortunately, the money for them or allocated to them is about 100 million Ghana cedis. And we think that as a House, we want to make a special appeal to the Minister of Finance to see how best they can increase this allocation, because communication is a very, very important area and we should not gloss over it. Mr. Speaker, maybe to add a little to it has to do with the Digital Youth Village, which is about 70% completed. This is also another laudable project. Although there have been some commitments from the government to support them with about 80 million Ghana cedis, we think that looking at the digitalization that we are all championing in this country, if we don't commit enough funds to complete this project, it's going to affect us. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support that this House approves the allocation for Ministry for Communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, honourable members, at conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 838,685,421 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2025. I think the item number 27 is ready.
Mr. Speaker, I want to go back and take item 12.
Before 27?
Yes.
The minister is here.
Yeah, after that we'll take agree. I trade.
Very well. Motion number 12.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 65,899,456 Ghana cedi for the services of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, these sums, amongst other things, is intended to help the ministry oversight the activities of sporting in our country, including the development of a new sports policy, the rehabilitation of some stadia, establishment of the National Sports Fund, amongst other things. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion that this August House approves a budget allocation of 65,899,456 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for its activities in the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, before I present your report, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Black Stars of Ghana for a yeoman's job done last week and last Monday by defeating the Chadians in the World Cup qualifier series and also the Madagascans in faraway Morocco. Mr. Speaker, I present your report and I urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as same as being read, whilst I concentrate on the observation and recommendation. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, conclude.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed inadequate budget allocation, reduction in internally generated funds, delays in the release of funds, construction and maintenance of AstroTurf's sports development to promote job creation and refurbishment of sports infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee envisaging the potential of the new Ministry of Sports and Recreation to promote healthy lifestyle, develop sports talent, build patriotism among the youth, and foster national cohesion calls for adequate resource allocation to the ministry to enable it to achieve its policy objective. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. Report duly presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable member.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the motion that this Honourable House approves the budget allocation of 65,899,456 for the Ministry of Finance, for the Ministry of Youth and Sports, on the order paper, page 9, number 37.
Member, it is Ministry of Sports and Recreation.
Sorry, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Right Honourable Speaker, this is a new ministry, and the budgetary allocation for this ministry is woefully inadequate. And I plead that the Finance Minister, in his second in November, will also increase the budgetary allocation for this ministry. Right Honourable Speaker, I also take this opportunity to congratulate the Black Stars on their victory and also pray for them that we will qualify for the next World Cup. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
So they should give us more victories. Yes, Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also rise to second the motion as moved, and particularly to urge that the Reform Ministry
should also take particular interest, especially in the recreation aspect, and get Ghana working. Because we all know that there are dotted number of key faith clubs around, and sometimes when we have important and well-coordinated, organized activities, it boosts the health of our young people. You walk on the street and you see very young people dying, and you have young people getting hypertension and heart-related diseases, and this all goes with the fact that there's less exercise ongoing. So the ministry's reformed name, we should also look at the budget allocation and see how mid-year we should put a lot more allocation into supporting the various key faiths around. We are on the mountains. I mean, you see the Ebri Mountain Walk, and then the Eduko Maseseso Health Walk, and all across the nation. The ministry should pay particular attention. I'm also very excited that the report captures that Ghana hosting the 13th African Games indicate the fact that we presented the largest number of contingents ever in the history of our sports fraternity, and the fact that we also won a lot of medals and captures a lot of improvement and establishment of sporting facilities dotted across the country. I will urge the ministry that maintenance has been an issue, and if we want to continue developing our sports and get the youth engaged, these facilities should be, the maintenance aspect should be very, very important to the ministry so that these facilities will last for us and the young guys will get this facility to develop talent. On that note, I second the motion. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership. Yes, they are yielding to you. Before you came, we agreed on only 2-2.
Oh, you've taken a decision. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I decided to contribute to this particular motion because during the debate I raised an issue, and I really want to raise that issue and expect that the Minister for Finance will speak to this particular issue. If you look at the massive infrastructure development because of the All-African Games that this particular ministry or the former ministry undertook, they will need a lot of capital injection to be able to keep these facilities well. It is the more reason why the sports minister says that, or sports and recreation minister says that, looking into the future, they want to rehabilitate a number of stadia, including Baba Yara, Cape Coast, New Dubiasi, and all this. But Mr. Speaker, when I go to page 8 of the report that the chairman presented, there is no capex. There's no capital expenditure. It's zero. It's the reason I want the finance minister to speak to this particular. The finance minister should be the one telling us that. I want the finance minister to speak to this particular issue because sports is so important to all of us. Especially football is so important to all of us. The facilities that they are building, what the man wants to do, what the minister wants to do. You cannot have a situation whereby this ministry has nothing for capital expenditure. Zero, nothing. Not even 10 million Ghana cedi for him to be able to use to at least take care of the pitches and especially the astroturfs that are there. I know the National Sports Authority will use their IGF to take care of some of the major ones. But if you want to really go in there to do proper renovation, you need capex. So I want to find out from the Minister for Finance, should speak to this, whether they're going to use the big push to do it, what they're going to do. To have zero, nothing, I don't think it's good. And you are going to have a situation whereby Ghana is almost qualifying for the World Cup, and you need to be able to keep the place, keep the people moving, and make sure that your facilities are kept in good shape. Otherwise, all the new facilities we build, if we don't start looking after them properly, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, in a year or 2 years' time, we are going to have a big problem. And so the minister really needs to find some money from this budget and then push it to the capex. Even if he gets 100 million somewhere or 50 million somewhere, it will help the minister. Otherwise, the minister will go there and will only get goods and services. And the goods and service also, Mr. Speaker, is just 28 million. It's absolutely nothing. It will not even last him the first quarter.
Well, first quarter is almost gone. Second quarter, by June is gone. So I want to really plead with the minister that we should look at it. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, the power is us. The power to be able to vary is really in this house. And I think leadership should take up this matter and find a way of varying some money somewhere and put here. We cannot increase the budget, but we can vary. We can reallocate. So by the time we are going to do the appropriation, we should find some money and make sure that this ministry has some capital expenditure to be able to undertake all the projects that they want to take. It's a very important ministry. Mr. Speaker, most of the young people, they are all into sports. The schools, the young people, it makes people happy. When you are sad and you go and the sports and the Black Stars win or somebody wins, you are happy and you are jumping up and down. You forget momentarily all your problems. And it's like drinking. You take some small alcohol and then it makes you look happy. But when they win, you are happy. Everybody is happy. Everybody jubilates. So the sports minister should be supported. That's why I decided that I needed to make this particular statement. I want to see at least the sports minister gets some capital expenditure and can spend. We cannot leave it only to the discretion of the finance minister or the president to say, oh, we will do it. But it should be there. So he knows that is there and plan towards it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leader, after you have yielded to him.
I just to emphasize the point, Speaker, we have faced threats of tournaments being taken from this country because of, and the reasons can be traced to what my senior colleague alluded to. And the chairman...
I understand under Honorable Kofi Adams, no tournament will be taken away.
Well, Speaker, that is a hope. We can all hope. But I'm saying that there should be a line budget dedicated for the maintenance of these sports facilities. Speaker, we've invested so much into these infrastructures. And it cannot be the case that we leave it as it is until we have a tournament coming before we go in there. Yes, we commend the minister. He intervened on time and ensured that these interventions were executed. But Speaker, it has to be traditionally done. And it's something we must do to make sure that the national assets don't run down. Speaker, I cannot agree more with my senior colleague that yes, we cannot vary the volume, the entire volume of the budget, but we can change positions. We can make some interpositional changes in terms of the allocation. And the chairman and the ranking should take this matter up. We will approve the budget contingent on you following up. Are you listening? Chairman, follow up. I saw you at the Accra Sports Stadium encouraging the Blasters. That's not good enough. Follow up to make sure we get allocation for CAPEX. Speaker, I thank you for indulging me.
He even said... Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 12 on today's order paper, page 4. Say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and this House accordingly approves the sum of 65,899,456 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes.
Before my good friend calls the next business, we have been overly cooperative. Leader, we have been overly cooperative. I want to plead. This is the minister's first budget. Substantive ministers are not here. We have compromised. It cannot be the case that deputies will not even stand instead. That is totally unacceptable. So I want to plead with leader. If the ministers are not here, the deputies must come and stand instead. Otherwise, we may have to suspend.
Yes, you are right, Majority Leader. It's either the minister is here or the deputy is here. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we now take item 27 at page 7.
Item number 27 at page 7 of today's order paper. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Leader, I am here. I came with my deputy and then my chairman, so we are fully represented. So, Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, may I respectfully tell you that the free apprenticeship program have been moved from the Ministry of Trade to the Ministry of Youth. So we have to correct the amount that we seek approval. It is now 546,494,331. 300 million has been moved. And so we moved.
You said the total appropriation has been changed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
To
546,494,331.
321.
331.
331.
Very grateful. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approve the sum of 546,494,331 for the services of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Trade and Industry has been realigned by Executive Instrument EI-1 2025 to include agribusiness, now Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Agribusiness has been added to solve an industry problem where raw materials are always difficult to find. This ministry now seeks to get investment for the production of raw materials for industry. This amount will, among other things, help us to facilitate the production of raw materials in right quantity and quality and on time. If this amount is approved, we'll be able to facilitate trade, reduce imports, improve on our exports, and make sure that we are able to do our mandate. Mr. Speaker, I so moved. Thank you very much.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by my able minister. In doing so, I wish to present the report of the committee and ask that the table office or the Hansard captures all the details of the report. Mr. Speaker, when we met, we examined the entire budget and we saw that there were some few challenges with the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. They have a problem with space in their offices. And the office building too is getting dilapidated and needs some kind of renovation. We also realize that the ministry has a project that is Greater Kumasi Industrial Park in Kumasi. With the 24-hour economy in the offing, there is a need for the ministry to ensure that issues regarding
any conclusion
and other decisions are resolved. Mr. Speaker, I just want to put it to this House that an amount of 20 million has been earmarked for the payment for that particular land. The land was under litigation by the minister as soon as she was sworn into office.
And in conclusion,
and this, so we asked a budgetary provision for that particular land to be procured fully. We also asked that
please conclude.
The IGF of the ministry should cease being capped. I conclude that an amount of 546,494,331 Ghana cedis be allocated to the ministry, be approved for the ministry for the implementation of the programs and activities of the ministry for the year 2025.
I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
There's motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House.
You get problems.
Yes, by have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to support a budgetary allocation of 846 million.
The amount has changed to 546 million.
500.
Yes.
As so submit, please. But in supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise some few issues that I think will be very, very important for the House to consider. Mr. Speaker, in the first place, I would like to say that the ministry has been realigned and additional responsibility given to the minister. So the ministry is no more the Ministry of Trade and Industry again, but it's the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. So I expected budgetary allocation to this ministry to be bigger than what was given to them last year, because there are a lot of issues at the ministry that need to be confronted, especially with regards to the renovation exercise of their head office block. I believe that the CAPEX given to this ministry is woefully inadequate. Only 8 million cedis was allocated to the ministry. I want to pray that this August House will do something about the funding given to the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, it also interests you to note that the 1D, 1F policy was scrapped by the Minister of Finance when he took time here to give us a report on the financial statement of this country. I guess we all know that the one district, one factory was a policy intentionally given out by the former president of the country, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, to build industries through the private sector. So the 1D, 1F was a private sector-led initiative that was supposed to be facilitated by government. So government interest was to only facilitate. Mr. Speaker, it interests you to note that through the 1D, 1F policy, 169 companies are in full operation and 170,000 direct and indirect employments were generated through the 1D, 1F program. This arrangement, Mr. Speaker, we all believe solved a lot of problems for this country. And a policy like this was supposed to be encouraged, but this government decided to scrap the policy. And we're expecting them to replace it with a policy that was also going to intentionally motivate the private sector to set up businesses. But they only came out with a policy called the Feed the Industry policy. And it will surprise you to note, the Speaker, that nothing was allocated for that policy to run. And that is not too good. I mean, either nothing or something inadequate. I guess there's the need for us to look at it again so that the minister will be empowered to do more for the ministry. The Speaker, my chairman also mentioned the Greater Kumasi Industrial Park. The Speaker, the Greater Kumasi Industrial Park is going to be the biggest industrial park in the whole of this sub-region, West Africa. And it is a venture that is going to generate a lot of foreign direct investment for the country. As it stands now, the government has only allocated 20 million for compensation, which is woefully inadequate. We need more than 200 million to settle our debts in that area. And I expect the government to do something about it. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to also encourage the minister to work closely with the Ghana Fields Authority. My interest is in that area because I believe that the concept is getting a cake. The minister has given us full assurance at the session that the legislation established that policy is going to be reviewed. I pray that the minister is going to take serious interest in it so that this country can benefit. Speaker,
please conclude. I didn't cut your
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, because of you, I want to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Very well. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise certainly to speak in support of the motion advertised and the approval of the amount advertised. Few things I want to speak to. First one has to do with the concept of the free zone. Speaker, we have operated this concept for many decades, I think 2 decades or more. So, but in the sub-region, other countries are bringing up more competitive trade concepts. Côte d'Ivoire is becoming more as an attractive destination. Speaker, we may have to enhance. I heard him mention economic zones. We may have to enhance the free zone concept that we are used to, because we are still living in past glory, and times are evolving and changing. So, Minister, I'm sure you will agree with me. We need to think through this properly and see what we can do about it. Page 9 of your report, paragraph 11.9, Ghana Standard Authority. What I see there, I find it so scanty. If we are to analyze what the Ghana Standard Authority is supposed to do, and Speaker, with your kind permission, it says the committee was informed that the Ghana Standard Authority performed very well during the year by conducting thousands of conformity assessments. It's just too scanty. We need more detailed report and reportage on activities of such an important state institution. Going forward, page 11. On waivers, the 8th Parliament, Speaker, you bear witness, we went through a whole difficulty in terms of the passage of waiver applications. I see it is innocuously captured that you are seeking to ensure that we pass these waivers to open up to ensure more investment. I don't know what you are going to do differently this time. We've passed the Waivers Act, we pass it into the bill into an act, yet implementation, Tax Waivers Act implementation has become a challenge. I think what you should probably...
Member, are you talking about the Exemptions Act?
I'm grateful, the Exemption Act, yes. We should work closely with the Ministry of Finance. And then, the last time the matter came up, there was a discussion on tax credit. So probably that could also become a concept that we can rake in and see how we can encourage people to benefit from tax credit more than focusing on the tax waivers. So we need to take a very good look at that. Lastly, on capping. Again, in your own advocacy of uncapping funds, statutory funds, and in the spirit of ensuring that these agencies' funds are uncapped. A number of agencies under the ministry have their IGF capped. So, unfortunately, the Minister of Finance is not here. Speaker, this is one of my regrets. Budget time, Minister of Finance is not here. Ministers will not come. Just a few will come. Honorable Kwame Abuja alone, one-man contractor, doing all the motions. I commend my good sister, the Minister for Trade. She is here. Honorable Kwame Abuja, one man, taking all the motions. Deputy ministers to no show. Ministers, no show. Finance minister, no show. Abba, having said that, I will still support the motion. But in going forward, Honorable Achi, the next business, the minister should either come or the deputy. Otherwise, we may have to go on suspension. Speaker, thank you for the space.
Thank you, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 546,494,331 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, we go back to page 3 and take item 9.
Yes, all members, motion numbered item number 9. It's on National Media Commission. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House approves the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present a report of the committee. The committee met, reviewed the performance of the Commission for 2024, and then considered the estimates for 2025. There were a couple of issues and challenges regarding under-resourcing of the Commission, inadequate goods and services allocations, and other infrastructure challenges confronted by the Commission. Nevertheless, your committee, after careful examination of the 2025 estimates of the National Media Commission, recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis to enable the National Media Commission implement its program for the 2025 financial year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
All members, motion moved and the report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion and to make...
All members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, you can contribute.
I rise to contribute and to support the motion moved. We all appreciate the importance of the NMC as a constitutional body established by the Constitution. Speaker, over the years, I recall, I think both the 7th and 8th Parliament, a matter ran through, and it has to do with the monitoring of the activities of media houses. And we were told then, I tried to find if there's an inspection in the report on that, a gadget that was supposed to be procured. Yes. I don't know if up to this time that has been, if it has been developed, and now it's being used. Okay. That is good. That's good enough. That's good enough. However, Speaker, there is a lot of indiscipline in our media space. Speaker, the media is a tool. We all know how important it is. It's the fourth realm of state. They have a role to play. They have a role to play. However, I think the National Media Commission need to be strengthened more so that they can be more effective in terms of tracking the activities of media houses. There are a number of radio stations all over the country now, and I think the NMC is a bit overwhelmed. The NMC is a bit overwhelmed. So this is a matter we have to look at. Otherwise, one day we will get up and all of us will not be happy because people are getting more irresponsible, make all manner of comment, personal attacks all over the place. It is so unjustifiable. And in approving their budget, these matters must be spoken to in context and ensure that we prevail upon them and bring some sanity in the media space. Having said this, I support the motion and the passage of the budget. I thank you.
All members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Motion is accordingly adopted. And this House accordingly approves the sum of 15,668,348 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item number 15. That is National Commission for Civic Education.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with the commissioner and her team, the chairperson of the commission and her team, reviewed the work that they did in 2024. 2024 being an election year, the commission did extensive work to prepare Ghanaians for the elections, especially the issues of violence and civic responsibility to participate in the electoral process, and expended considerable resources in 2024. 2025, they have similarly prepared to continue the work of improving on civic education, and your committee recommended to them to also begin to look at the issues of tax education and the importance of people paying taxes and etc., and generally making the commission equally relevant to the economic development of the country beyond their role in strengthening our democracy. Having regard to the critical role played by the National Commission for Civic Education in promoting civic responsibility, creating awareness on the principles and objectives of the 1992 Constitution, and fostering democratic citizenship in the Republic, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the NCCE for the 2025 financial year ending 31st December 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Motion moved. Report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate,
I want to comment briefly.
very well. Yes. Go ahead.
Speaker, the NCC, as you all do know, its importance, which cannot be rehashed. However, the NCC, even in its best attempts, appears to be a shadow of itself, as encapsulated by the Constitution. The NCC obviously needs more support from government. I tried to get a copy of the report. I couldn't get it, but from what I have here, I cannot see performance. How the NCC performed the last financial year. That is okay. Well, it's captured here. So that is important because we need to look at what we've done before, so that we can see our way clear going into the following year. I think the leader couldn't have been far from right when they mentioned other civic responsibilities that the NCC have to lead the crusade in educating and carrying the citizens along. That is very important. Oftentimes we hear them loud and clear, few months to election, which is not good enough. We have to empower the NCC. Branches of the NCC across the region is also a challenge. Most of the places, they are non-existent. These are things we need to pay particular attention to. In our governance structure as a country, a number of things keeps coming up as a core concern. Civic responsibility, payment of tax, the role of the three arms of government. It is still lost on the citizen, the role of members of parliament. this is a matter we have to take up. Earlier on, previous government had suggested the election of MMDC. This is a matter we need to carry the nation along. And if it is the case that the citizens buy into that as a country, we can take a decision. So in supporting the motion, I still think the NCC will have to do more going forward to carry the country, the entire citizenry along. I thank you for the space granted, Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 15 at page 5 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, this House approves the sum of 122,543,664 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 11.
11, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approve the sum of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAJ, for the year ending 31st December 2025. So, Speaker, your committee met the Commissioner and his team, review the performance of the Commission in the 2024 year, the work that they have done in the areas of human rights education, defending citizens' rights administratively, administrative justice, and also promoting public accountability, and then also some modest infrastructure improvements in their facilities. And then the committee then reviewed the proposals for 2025 and the plan for 2025 and urged the Commission to step up its work in terms of administrative justice and also the effort to root out corruption in public life. Mr. Speaker, they are in the process of developing a national anti-corruption plan, and so they need resources to continue performing their very crucial role in terms of saving this country from losing in excess of $3 billion annually to corruption. So the committee has carefully examined the budget estimates of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the 2025 fiscal years and is of the opinion that the Commission's proposed policies and programs will play a crucial role in the fulfillment of its mandate. Against this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the House adopt its report and approve the total allocation of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission implement its planned programs and activities for the 2025 fiscal year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved, report presented. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Make few observations. Speaker, again, SHRAJ as an independent constitutional body, if we look at the history and their work over the years, quite impressive, but there is more room for improvement. Speaker, if I may reference page 3 of the committee's report, page 3, item 5.2, it says the Commission overran its budgetary allocation by some 3 million, a percentage of 4% in 2024. This brought the Commission's total expenditure to over 91 million. The Commission explained that the overrun was a result of salary adjustment of public sector workers in the year 2024. This is good news. However, if we look at the core mandate of the SHRAG, Speaker, not to elucidate, human rights protection, administrative justice in public services, anti-corruption enforcement, beautifully captured. Beautifully captured. The functions of the SHRAG, because in recent times, have been called in wake. We've read reports of dismissal of public services human rights envisaging to blaze a trail on anti-corruption. If you read your annual report, there's little on their activities on anti-corruption activity. And I think this is something the SHRAG have to pick up particularly. Last 2 years, we were very much aware that they were giving enough funding, more than what they needed. The MPP administration, they gave them more than they needed. So going forward, we want more activities to be seen, especially in the area of anti-corruption campaign and also dealing with public justice in public services. We need SHRAG to act accordingly so that they can justify all the funding we are giving to them. Having said that, I support the motion. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves a sum of 94,106,363 Ghana cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHRAG, for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 21, Audit Service.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at 22, Electoral Commission.
Very well. 22.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 177,647,045 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission team, led by the Deputy Commissioners, appeared before your committee, and their performance for 2024 was extensively reviewed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they have been allocated a budgeted amount of 786,934,764 Ghana cedis for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 786,568,199 Ghana cedis, 47 pesos, was expended. That is 99.95% of that allocation was expended. Mr. Speaker, we will all recall that last year was an election year, and so the Commission was very busy, from IPAC meetings to District Inter-Party Advisory Committee meetings to recruitment
of 254,189 temporary officials to assist them in conducting registration, exhibition, and election exercises, to the limited registration exercise that they conducted, procurement of registration, exhibition, and election materials, and ultimately in December conducting the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. Mr. Speaker, extensive discussions took place about their activities in the 2024 year. And then they requested for 2025 an amount of 177,647,046 Ghana cedis for the 2025 academic year. This was equally interrogated if you compare the figures, whereas 2024 they were given about 786 million. For 2025, the request is only for 177.6 million. That figure was interrogated. A lot of it goes into compensation, a little goes into goods and service, not much for CAPEX. Your committee thoroughly reviewed the Electoral Commission's budget estimates for the 2025 fiscal year and is optimistic that the proposed policies and programs will significantly contribute to achieving the mandate of the Commission. The committee recommends that the House adopts its report and approve the total allocation of 176,647,046 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission implement its planned programs and activities for the 2025 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Members, motion moved. Any seconder? Yeah.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Abnau sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the motion on the floor, I'd like to say that, yes, we engaged the Electoral Commission extensively, and they took us through quite a number of things they did, leading to the process of elections. And Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns they raised had to do with their compensation. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, their compensation amounted to 111 million Ghana cedis. But in 2025, it's been reduced to 101 million. So clearly there's a shortfall. And we also know that for 2025, salaries have been increased by 10%. And so clearly, Electoral Commission has a shortfall of the 10% plus another 10 million Ghana cedis in the budget that was given to it last year. And Mr. Speaker, this is not goods and services where you can say that they should reduce the activities that they are going to engage in. Or neither is it CAPEX or capital expenditure that you tell them to reduce the amount on that. But this is compensation, salaries for workers. And so, Mr. Speaker, I expect the Finance Minister to look at it again on page 3 of our reports. Compensation for 2024 was 111 million Ghana cedis. And then on page 5 of our report, compensation is 101 million Ghana cedis. This is even without a 10% increment. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister for Finance to look at it again so that they are not shortchanged when it comes to compensation for workers of Electoral Commission.
2024 was an election year.
2024 was an election year, but during the meeting, they stated that this was part of the compensation that is to go to their regular workers. And so their regular workers had 111 million in 2024. And it's these same regular workers that they are asking that we pay the right compensation amount to. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not part of the workers they recruited for the elections, but these are permanent staff at the Electoral Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we speak to the Finance Minister to adjust their compensation appropriately to meet what is required for the Electoral Commission staff. But on this note, I'd like to recommend to the House to adopt the report and approve the total allocation of 177,647,046 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission carry out or implement their mandate for 2025. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I'm the Minority Chief Whip.
Minority Chief Whip.
I want to live long.
Yes, you live long as a Minority Chief Whip.
Yes, Speaker, my future, my fate is in the hands of God. Speaker, I rise to speak in support. Let me focus on the outlook for 2025. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, conduct in Kranza North and South district level elections, conduct elections to fulfill vacancies in 27 electoral areas, confirm metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executive, inspect political parties, officers, conduct district assembly elections, on and on and on. However, Speaker, I think our colleagues should help us. And I recall vividly their positions when it comes to budget requests of the EC in the lead up to the 2024 elections. The then minority leader was very loud and eloquent. Government has to release all funding requests. And we all know, and he will justify it with the relevance of the Electoral Commission in the prosecution of conduct of election and also for our entire democracy. Now, I proceed to page 7, and I find some outstanding payment of over 150 million, which is outstanding, and work has already been done. I want to plead, work has already been done, and this amount are outstanding. They should ensure that they make the necessary payment. This is also important. It's also surprising that in the outlook, I thought that they would have captured the fact that Ablekumanov is still outstanding. Speaker, I don't want to say an indictment, but it's a challenge, not only to the Electoral Commission, also to this House, because we play oversight over them as an independent state institution. They have a responsibility. You have done well with all the 274, but not Ablekuma. 275, but not Ablekumanov. The EC must, as at the last check, we were told the EC was struggling and they were compelled to issue a statement that they needed security. This is a critical matter. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing the EC complaining about security. For lack of security, they cannot declare results. This matter cannot be glossed over. We can't sweep this matter under the carpet. Speaker, going forward, there should be a definite pronouncement from the EC when the Ablekumanov seat will be declared. It's also important. We can have all the seats. If Ablekumanov is not declared, we don't have the full complement of this House in terms of the composition of this House. And this is a matter we cannot treat lightly at all. Speaker, even as I speak in support of this motion, the last time the majority leader related to the matter, and I commend him, all the things he spoke to, I went behind him and checked, and they were all true. He had checked with the police, he had checked with the EC, he had checked with the IGP. They were all true. But the ultimate is to ensure that the EC is giving state security to be able to declare the results of Ablekumanov, just as they declare for Nsaoma Dredji, they declare for all the other constituencies. This is important. Speaker, we are going to support the budget. However, in the next few days, we want to hear from the EC that Ablekumanov has been done with and the winner is declared. I thank you, Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour of the motion number 22. At page 6 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House accordingly approves the sum of 177,647,045 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Mr. Speaker, we want to take item 21.
Item number 21 are pages of today's order paper.
Audit.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the services of audit service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, your committee met with the Auditor General and his team and reviewed their performance for 2024. So, Speaker, as we all know, the mandate of the Auditor General or the Audit Service is to undertake audit activities outlined in the Audit Service Act, audit all public accounts and funds, including those of constitutional, statutory, and other public institutions, monitor and ensure the effective implementation of the assets declaration regime of the country. Mr. Speaker, in all, in 2024, they completed 6,181 audits by the end of December 2024. Mr. Speaker, they were given an allocation of 633,740,507 Ghana cedis, and they expended a significant chunk of that, which included 626,756,671 Ghana cedis, and a donor component of 6.9 million. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 year, they plan to conduct 5,330 audits, operations for MDAs, and then 261 for MMDCAs, and then 181 for traditional councils, 943 for pre-tertiary institutions, educational institutions, 10 tertiary educational institutions, on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 compensation vote is increasing significantly. An allocation of 710,735,897 Ghana cedis has been made for compensation of employees in 2025, representing a 73.42% increase over the 2024 figure. The increase is to facilitate the recruitment of 200 new staff. The committee urges the Ministry of Finance to expedite the issuance of financial clearance to enable timely recruitment. Mr. Speaker, this increase in recruitment of personnel to the audit service is in keeping with the commitment to fight corruption by ensuring accountability. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having thoroughly examined the 2025 annual budget estimates of the Ghana Audit Service, affirms that the allocations are well justified and aligned with the strategic objectives and statutory obligations of the service. Recognizing the service's crucial role in promoting good governance, financial accountability, and transparency, the committee recommends that Parliament adopt this report and approve the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Ghana Audit Service for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honourable members, motion move and report presented. Any seconder?
I rise to second the motion moved.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable Abuna Osei-Asare.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, I think one thing that you made clear during the meeting was the fact that they had presented their accounts for 2024 very clearly, and you don't even have to have the knowledge in accounting to understand how they prepared their estimates for 2024, and that you even recommend that the whole ministries, departments, and agencies also adopt their method of accountability to make things easy for everybody. I think I should make that clear on the floor for all and sundry to hear. And Mr. Speaker, yes, we engaged them, and throughout the engagement, we were told that they audited around 6,000 and a little over 6,000 agencies. But the critical thing that came up was their audit of missions abroad. It's a real challenge. A lot is going on there, and they would wish that they will be given necessary funding to enable them audit the missions abroad. They talked about the fact that in doing that, they needed to change quite a number of their goods and services into foreign currencies to cater for their travel and their expenses abroad. So we should support them to make sure the ministry releases these monies as quickly as possible. They also mentioned the fact that they had a challenge with their accommodation or their offices, and that they are supposed to be in 261 administrative districts nationwide, but currently they are only present in 98 districts. And even in this 98, some of these offices are rented premises. Some of these offices are offices that the district assemblies or the municipal assemblies have given to them. Theirs is less than 50%. And so if we would look at increasing their capital expenditure, and they will invest it into getting offices to really make them independent and fit for purpose. Again, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, they mentioned that they are planning to audit 5 Ghana Armed Forces peacekeeping operations abroad. And the last time they audited these peacekeeping operations abroad was 2019. And so whatever we have to do to enable them execute this mandate, Mr. Speaker, I think we should help the Minister for Finance to give them, we should let the Minister of Finance give them the necessary budget or the necessary funds to enable them do that, because we all would want to fight corruption and increase accountability wherever we go. Mr. Speaker, so on this note, I'd like for us to adopt this report and approve the sum of 838,369,865 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programs and activities for the Ghana Audit Service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Chief, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion. Just to make a few observations. We all know the importance of the audit service, its work, and the interlinkages with the work of the Public Accounts Committee. Speaker, if I may reference page 15 of the report. On CAPEX, there is a hoping reduction of some 30 million. And I think this is a matter we can't just let go. We need to avert our minds to it and see what we can do about it. The chair of PAC has spoken in extenso on in terms of the trust of the concerns. I would rather also focus on Article 187. Severally, we have lamented on what we do with the Auditor General report. As regards, if you permit me, Article 187, Clause 6 says, amongst other things, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. Speaker, more often than not, this has come lacking. And this is a matter we are going forward, we will have to take seriously, because the 7th Parliament, when we are approving the budget and when we also considering the report of PAC, this aspect, the infractions are let go. And Parliament did not follow ultimately through to ensure that Article 17 Clause 6 stands in fulfillment. So going forward, I'm sure the new leaders, now that I also I'm privileged to find myself in leadership, I'm going to advocate strongly with the leadership of our new majority leader, we can depart from the norm and change the narrative. Having said this, only apart from the keepers, which I'm very passionate about, I want to support the motion and ensure the passage. Thank you.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 21 at page 6 of today's order paper, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And this House accordingly approves the sum of 838,369,865 cedis for the services of the audit service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should go to 32, item 32, which is the interior.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I would crave your indulgence to give us a few minutes. We're trying to sort out a few issues. So in a few minutes, the report is here, but the minister just stepped out. There is a problem.
Very well, very well. I'm told. So, is there any other item?
No. The problem is that we have one minister is responsible for another outfit. And so we need to amalgamate the two reports and take them at a go. That is why the minister is moving up and down. So, Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to give us a few minutes to sort those issues out.
Case, there are other businesses that we can proceed.
So let's move on to any other business.
Second deputy is actually informing that he's around, so anytime he is ready.
Okay. Honourable members, the report of the Legal Aid Commission and Special Prosecutor have since been distributed. Yes, leaders, any indication? Members, let's move item number 14. Item number 14. Office of the Legal Aid Commission. Yes, leader, any application? Majority leader, any application?
Mr. Speaker, we will go for Attorney General and Minister of Justice. 14.
Yes.
Item 14, Mr. Speaker.
He's not here. Any application?
So we are applying. He's not here, so we are applying for.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is not here, so I'm applying for the Minister of Roads to take that. 14. The report is not.
Very well. The report is on the console.
It's on the console. It's not here.
Speaker, he's made an application to you.
Yes.
I want to respond.
Very well.
Speaker, Speaker, we have been excessively magnanimous.
Yes, I made a directive
Speaker,
that your cooperation should be taken into consideration.
The AG is not here, and the deputy is also not here.
He is taking it into consideration. He's taking it into consideration. So, Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways,
Speaker,
item number 14.
I see the Interior Minister walking in. I'm sure we can revert. There was an earlier interjection. I think we can revert back to the Interior Minister.
Back to the Interior Minister. He is here.
But go and bring the Attorney General.
Oh, now that you don't need him. Now that you don't need him.
Then let's move to item number 32. And second Deputy Speaker should take the chair. Honourable members, motion number 32.
We'll come back again.
Yes. So, Minister for Interior, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some corrections with your permission and the leave of the House. I receive it.
Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair.
More. Okay. Okay. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some corrections before I move the motion. Mr. Speaker, you will see that the figure you have there is 10,730,872,251 cedis. Mr. Speaker, this was before the Ministry of Finance drew our attention that they have subsumed the budget of the national security into the Ministry of Interior's budget. Mr. Speaker, we've taken the report, we've done the committee sittings, but originally the national security budget was subsumed under government machinery, which has now been properly brought. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to make an amendment to add the figure here. The figure of the national security that has been taken from government machinery back into the Ministry of Interior, so that I put them together and move the motion as one, so that the chairperson of Defense will move the motion, will second, and then you have the Intelligence Committee supporting the person. Yes. So what we are doing is that I'm putting the two reports together. You know, we did that of the Ministry of Interior with all its agencies. And we also did that of the National Security with government machinery, with the Intelligence Committee. So, with the government machinery, they've extracted the report for national security standing alone. Now we are putting it together with that of the Interior. Then we put the figures together as the Minister of Finance has now done. So that I then move the motion.
Very well. Yes, Minority Chief.
My good friend, he's welcome. I heard he was sharing rice. He left us out. That's by the way. He's just by the way. I don't know why he wants to separate. I know he's been given additional responsibility by His Excellency the President in terms of national security. But by law, the national security doesn't come under him strictly. It doesn't have oversight under national security. I think he's just been given that additional responsibility or been assigned to do that. So for him to say that he wants to bring the two reports together and be treated under Interior, I don't think procedurally is right. So he should separate them. We want him to separate them. He is an experienced legislator. He knows what to do. Honorable, I think you should separate the two reports. Or probably you are not communicating well to us.
Yes, Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's why I said I wanted to make the preliminary comment before I do the motion. Mr. Speaker, until 2 days ago, the budget of the Ministry of Interior was with its agencies only.
Okay.
But 2 days ago, the Minister of Finance realized that once we have the oversight responsibility, it is better they put it together with the Minister of Interior. But before then, it was with the government machinery, where we have gone to defend it under the Intelligence Committee of the House. Now, I have the extract from the Minister of Finance, where it is together. And I want to put the two together. And Mr. Speaker, the national security total budget is just 2.9 billion. And that of the Ministry of Interior total is 10.7 billion. When you put the two together, it takes it to 13.7 billion. So I want to amend the figure that we have here, the 10.7 billion, that was standing only for the Interior Ministry, to add the 2.9 to give us a new figure of 13 billion 729,306,027 cities. Then I'll move the motion. That's just a correction that I wanted to make.
Well. So, have you brought this to the attention of the committee? Is the committee aware of this?
Right, Mr. Speaker. We did this discussion this morning. In fact, that's what partly delayed what we were to do. Yes.
Very well.
Sorry, ordinarily my colleague will not have any objection, but we have a difficulty agreeing to that. First of all, the national security comes under Office of Government Machinery. I am aware the minister was assigned additional responsibility to overlook the national security before the budget came. Now, if you check the budget, the national security budget has been captured under OGM, Office of Government Machinery. Okay, so that is the complexity. So if it is the pleasure of the Minister of Finance that it should be captured under the Minister of Interior, they should have said so. As it stands now, Honorable Alaji, we are unable to accede. So the two should be treated separately. We are ready to deal with the Minister of Interior, and we are ready for it. And then we can deal with the national security under OGM, Office of Government Machinery. That is how it's supposed to be.
I think
it's the case. That's how it's supposed to be.
I think we don't need to spread our heads in this. I mean, once the committee, I think the ranking member is here. If it has come to the committee and the committee is okay with it, I think we can take it together. Let me listen to Honorable Berchambo before I come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is alien to me. I don't think that we even discussed moving or disaggregating the budget and then putting something here, something here. I think one thing came out very clear, that by collapsing the Ministry of National Security and putting the entire Ministry of National Security's budget under the Office of Government Machinery will make the Office of Government Machinery will make that budget appear bloated, and therefore politically and all other considerations may not sound right. And so let's move portions of the budget to Ministry of Interior. But I made the point very strongly. But it's a matter of education.
if everybody knows that we have collapsed the Ministry of National Security, and the entire Ministry of National Security's budget is being moved to the Office of Government Machinery. There's nothing wrong with it. If we look at the 3 billion that was moved, was spent under the Ministry of National Security in 2024, if the Office of Government Machinery for 2025, the budget is plus 3 billion, it makes sense that it is because the Ministry of National Security has been moved to Office of Government Machinery, and nobody should be scared. We should be able to defend it. There's nothing absolutely wrong with it. But to say that we should take portions of the budget, the compensation, and put it under Interior, the security architecture is not under the Ministry of Interior. The minister is a supervising minister for national security. He is minister responsible for Interior and supervising minister for national security. And therefore, the national security budget is under the Office of Government Machinery, should be treated separately. We take Interior, and then we take national security for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, let me listen to Honorable Senator.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And yes, my ranking is speaking to a discussion that happened at the committee. But procedurally, anything that's under Office of Government Machinery has to come to the committee that has oversight, or that's the Select Committee on Public Administration and State Interest. For national security, you cannot put that under that particular committee. And that is why this has had to happen, in order to make sure that national security is under the correct committee that has oversight over it. So it's not to add it to the Interior, it's to streamline what we're doing so it aligns with procedures in this House.
Yes.
Ranking, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, it is not accurate to say that following the collapse of the National Security Ministry, the Minister for Interior is merely a supervising minister. In fact, under Act 1030, the wording has been carefully crafted. So you have a minister responsible for national security. And so, notwithstanding the fact that we have now collapsed that ministry, the Minister for Interior has been designated as the minister responsible for national security. And so all the functions the Minister for National Security used to perform have now been vested in the Minister of the Interior, which is why it is compelling to bring the budget under the Ministry of Interior. So when they initially made the mistake by adding the budget of the agencies which used to be under the Ministry of National Security under the Office of Government Machinery, it was problematic, and they quickly moved it back to where they rightly belong. And that is why the chair lady for the Security and Intelligence Committee made a point that if we were to accept the fact that the agencies that used to be under the Ministry of National Security should come under the Office Government Machinery, then the committee in the first place wouldn't have had the mandate to sit on the budget. And so it is for ease of reference and to deal with the matter in a manner that is less complicated, that the Finance Ministry directed that, look, let us amalgamate the figures emanating from the traditional Interior Ministry and the agencies that used to come under the Ministry of National Security for ease of reference. So we'll simply add the figures, the estimates of the former National Security Ministry agencies to that of Interior and take them at a go.
Well, very well. So, yeah.
Speaker, we are minded to get things done. To start off, we are minded to get things done. So may I suggest that the minister and the ranking, and then the committee chair, they should momentarily engage and get this thing. You know, you have not. If you have engaged, you wouldn't have said something different. I so wish that you make that directive, that the minister and the two leadership should engage immediately before we can proceed on taking the motion. In the meantime, we should proceed on other business.
Well, leadership, I think let's hold on with this and move to other report. So, Chairman for Intelligence and Defense and Interior, if you can just confer. Yes. So, leadership, let's move to the next report.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker, 14. I cited the Attorney General here. Mr. Speaker, item number 14. Item number 14, Mr. Speaker.
That is legal aid. That is legal aid. Honorable members, let's turn to page 4. Page 4, item listed 14. Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. I so move.
Very well. Chairman of the Constitutional Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I was grateful. I'd like to second the motion, Mr. Speaker, for this Honorable House to approve the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I would want to make a few comments on the report, and I would make an application that the Hansard Department captures the entire report as if it has been read fully and totally. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is to ensure equality of access to justice and the treatment before servicing by law and public defender for the poor and the needy. Cost-effective justice has been one of the key things that we have advocated. Mr. Speaker, the indigent in Ghana still need access to justice. Thankfully, the Legal Aid Commission, which previously was an agency, indeed came here to be clothed with greater authority to have the mandate and the independence, quote and unquote, to be able to perform its functions well. The Commission, the Act was passed. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission still is battling with a lot of challenges. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the estimates and budget for the year gives some room and hope. And may I just take, Mr. Speaker, through a few of that. Mr. Speaker, compensation of 30,751,000 goods and services of 4,500,000, IGF of 15869, and a capex of 5,343,819. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the total for the year 2025 being requested is a little below 40 million, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, we think this is
Honorable Shabu, may we move on and conclude so that we have so many other reports?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee emphatically recommends, given the situation and circumstance of the Legal Aid Commission, that the Ministry of Finance provides further funding in a supplementary budget to the Commission in order to address the deficiencies in the budget allocation for compensation, goods and services, and capex. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 260 million.
The sum of
40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the activities of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the 2025 financial year. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is there any comment? Yes. Honorable Tampuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion for the House to approve the sum of 40,260,520 to the Legal Aid Commission for the Commission to be able to achieve its mandate pursuant to the Constitution and its enabling law. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I refer to the reports of the committee. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, I take you to page 8 on the amendment to the Legal Aid Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is a body that is required to come to the aid of the poor and needy and those who are unable to meet, their obligations as far as hiring the services of lawyers is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the Commission has very few lawyers, and there is a very high attrition rate as far as the lawyers are concerned. So every now and again, a lawyer stays there for a few years and then the person leaves. And there are reasons for some of these things. They are not very well remunerated, and they are not permitted to work outside of the Legal Aid Commission. In other words, you are stuck with the Commission. You can't do any work for a client outside of the office. Mr. Speaker, we recommend that the Act should be amended in order to allow for some of these experienced lawyers to be able to step out of their way to make some, bucks out of the offices of the Legal Aid Commission in order that they are able to balance, their work. Where they see some amount of conflict of interest, it should be properly pointed out to them and then they will stay away from it. Mr. Speaker, it also comes down to absence of a legislative instrument to give effect to the Legal Aid Commission Act for them to be able to operationalize the law, as directed by this House. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the Legal Aid Commission itself comes to its own aid by bringing this LI almost immediately for this House to consider and then expand the powers that they need in order for them to be able to operationalize, the Legal Aid Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, the challenges of the Legal Aid Commission are very, very enormous. Mr. Speaker, and the services that they render, some of which came to our attention
a gentleman who had been incarcerated for 17 years without trial. 17 years held in custody, on remand, without trial. Mr. Speaker, by the time that the gentleman was released, 2 of his wives had died. They had remarried and subsequently passed away. Mr. Speaker, by the time he came out of incarceration, his children were also born. Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of service that the Legal Aid Commission grants to our people. Why should a Ghanaian be wrongly accused and incarcerated for 17 years? We just throw him out into the prison and then we forget about him. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to fortify the Legal Aid Commission for them to be able to render some of these services. And I encourage private legal practitioners, and some of whom are in this house, to take up some responsibilities as far as, assisting the Legal Aid Commission to be able to dispose of some of these cases. Some of us have promised that we will support them in that regard. And Mr. Speaker, I will end here with these few words, and I wish to support the motion for the release of the allocated funds to the Legal Aid Commission. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, yes, honourable member for Fia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the approval of the estimate for the Legal Aid Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Legal Aid Commission is an important component of our legal services in this country. Every lawyer's early part of training, you are admonished to at least take some time of your legal practice to support the legal aid. And I remember in my early days at the legal aid offices in Accra, offered my Friday services entirely to the legal aid. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget that has been released for the Legal Aid Commission or Legal Aid, you realize that a total of 40 million is being given. And out of the 40 million, goods and services amounts to a paltry 1 million, and then capex of 5 million. In fact, in 2024, that provision was even lower, 1 million and then 1.4. So at least an attempt has been made to increase that provision for 2025, but it still remains very, very inadequate when you measure that with the conditions of offices of the Legal Aid Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I think the chairman of the committee made mention of the fact that government has to seriously take a look during the review of the budget to increase the allocation. And I think as a house, this is an area where people who don't have the means to go for lawyers' services have the opportunity. And if you look at the cases, over 6,000 cases are pending at the Legal Aid Commission, and less than even 500 or 600 have been dispensed of, all because they are unable to attract the lawyers in that commission. So without more, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and support the motion to approve the budget of 40 million to the Legal Aid. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favour of the motion listed 14 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 14 is adopted, and that this honourable House has approved the sum of 40,260,520 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the year ended 31st December 2025. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we are now ready to return to item number 32. It's 32. We are returning to Interior. Because
Very well. Honourable Minister for Interior
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had some, for lack of better words, a gentle lady agreement with my colleague, Honorable Abuna, who is very conversant with the documents. And she's agreed that, well, we can go ahead, but she wants the finance minister to come and make the proper application to move that figure from the government machinery to be sure that the government machinery doesn't have the same figure two there and then it becomes a double sword. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to move that this Honorable House approves a sum of 13,729,306,027 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Interior and the National Security Secretariat for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me just make this brief comment to thank the House, especially the committees of Defense and Interior and the Intelligence Committee for the effort they made. Even though the estimate came very late, they were willing to accommodate the ministry and our team to sit beyond even 11 p.m., almost midnight, just to consider the estimate. And I think that this needs to be mentioned for the public to know sometimes the kind of stretch members of parliament put themselves through just for the services of our dear country. The Speaker, aside that, as we may all know, the challenges of the envelope is not new. Almost every committee, every ministry that gets up mentions some of their major challenges and the inadequacy of the funding that is coming to them. This is not different for both the National Security Secretariat that has 3 other agencies under it, namely the National Investigative Bureau, the National Signal Bureau, and the Research Department. Also, the main ministry itself, there's a lot of inadequacies that affected the National Identification Authority, the police service, the prison service, to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, you won't believe it, that the feeding grant or ration for the prisoners, who were very hopeful that this budget was going to take care of, because of the challenges, has not been able to do that. And sadly, the prisoners will have to still contend with 1 Ghana cedi, 80 pesos, for 3, I don't know who managed to say 3 is square, for 3 square meals, because 3 cannot be square, but for 3 meals, when even school feeding, where we are feeding our kids, has been able to move from 1 Ghana cedi, 50 pesos, to 2 cedis for just a meal. Yet our prisoners are still being fed with 1 Ghana cedi, 80 pesos for 3 meals. So you can see the challenge that we have. But the finance minister have assured us that during the mid-year, he will come to try to improve on this. With this, I want to urge the House to approve this sum for the operations of the ministry and the National Security Secretariat. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Thank you very much. Now, the chairman to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. In doing so, I would pray that the committee's report be captured by the Hansard Department in its entirety, whilst I touch on some salient aspects of the report. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister has rightly pointed out, the Ghana Prisons Service is faced with a perennial problem of the inadequacy of the feeding rate allocated for inmates. The amount of 1.80 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, which was approved as far back as 2011, constitutes a gross violation of the rights of inmates, as the said amount of money is too meager to provide for 1 meal not to talk of 3 square meals for adult inmates. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that the Narcotics Control Commission faces financial challenges that affect its ability to conduct extensive surveillance, undercover operations, and intelligence gathering. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Ghana Immigration Service, the committee also noted that the Ghana Immigration Service experiences a critical shortage of essential logistics and surveillance equipment, which hampers its ability to effectively monitor and secure our national borders. That said, Mr. Speaker, we believe strongly and urge the House to approve the sum of 10,730,872,251 Ghana cedis to enable the ministry deliver on its mandate.
The intelligence to also second the motion, because Honorable Agaga just talked about 10 million, so you should talk about the rest so that I come to the other side for. Right. So, Honorable Senator, if you can also add your voice, especially with respect to the budget for the intelligence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to, not sure about seconding the motion, but present the report from the Committee on Security and Intelligence and to urge this House to approve the amount of 2,998,433,776 Ghana cedis for the National Security Council Secretariat and the agencies under it to undertake their operations for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the National Security Secretariat, which and its agencies, which no longer exist under a National Security Ministry, still play a very important role in the maintenance of our safety and security across the country. Mr. Speaker, it may be noted in the report that certain figures have increased regarding the operations of the Secretariat, and this is particularly in line with some of the increasing conflicts and some of the security challenges across the country, which require increase in the staff, the personnel on the ground, as well as certain equipment that they require. Mr. Speaker, the main agencies under the Security Council are the National Intelligence Bureau, the National Signals Bureau, and the Research Department. And all of these have their peculiar challenges. The National Intelligence Bureau specifically requires an increase in their capital expenditure in order to finish their building, which is supposed to be their headquarters, to centralize some of their operations, which they actually perform across the country. And in addition to that, it did come to the committee's notice that they did fulfill their mandate in providing intelligence reports and meeting their 100% expectation for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the national security has a wide range of activities that it participates in, which range from soft power in terms of support in communities, providing boreholes and other things like that, as well as specifics regarding the enforcement of our security across our border. And I would actually like to also add that they have also had to increase their staff strength since they became autonomous, which was something that was flagged as why their compensation budget had gone up in the last year. I would like the Hansa Department to capture the entirety of the report and once again urge this House to approve the amount of 2,998,433,776 Ghana cedis for the National Security Council and its agencies to operate effectively under 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, then go to Honourable Brian Champong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add my I'd like to add my voice to that of the ministry, the National Security Council budget. Mr. Speaker, I feel the tremors in my body having to speak to this budget. All the other ministries, Mr. Speaker, will not survive if our national security is not intact. Speaker, if I see a budget of 500 million Ghana cedis, the 2.49 billion that my chairperson talked about, has to do with 2.4 billion has to do with compensation. The whole national security architecture. You give them 2.9 billion, you give 2.4 for compensation, and 500 million for operations. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is happening. I am still shaking. 500, Mr. Speaker, compared to 2024, and the fact that the threat has changed across the sub-region, this same national security, we are relying on them to protect our borders, to support the Ministry of Defense, support immigration, internal security threats, Galamsey, Operation Calm Life, Boko, all the issues that the national security is confronted with. And then we allocate 500 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you go into the details of this budget, one of the most fantastic organizations that we have in this country is called the NIB. Mr. Speaker, the budget allocated to NIB, in my opinion, cannot support that institution operate in Greater Accra for 1 month. The budget allocated to NIB cannot support that organization operate in Greater Accra for 1 month. Yet NIB is in all the 16 regions, is in every district, they have personnel everywhere. Mr. Speaker, some of the NIB officers don't even have motorbikes. In 2025, the idea was to use this reset budget to support the Ministry of the National Security Council, ensure that notwithstanding the threat that has changed around us in the sub-region, the internal security threat that has evolved, they have the financial wherewithal to protect us so that we can support education, we can support tourism, we can support health infrastructure, we can even support Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Interior, 500 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, let me use your platform to communicate to the Minister for Finance that this 2.9 billion, of which 2.4 is compensation and 500 million is for operations, can just not do the work. It cannot do the work. You don't find money to pay salaries and the operatives just hang around in the offices and do nothing. Mr. Speaker, something must be done before appropriation so that the National Security Council can function. With these few words, I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me go to Edriso. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also support the motion for the adoption of the budget. Safe to say that, as my ranking did indicated, the budget is just not enough. Mr. Speaker, looking at the emerging threats that we face as a country, Mr. Speaker, for some time now, we would say that Ghana has become the oasis of peace in a very, very, very turbulent sub-region. And Mr. Speaker, that is not a happenstance. It didn't just happen. It has happened as a result of the dint of hard work of our security architecture and the men in there. Mr. Speaker, the least we can do in the circumstance, and then also looking at the broader threats that we are faced with, is to give them the resources, is to give them an enhanced budget so that they will also be able to carry out what they are supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, we all know that the world has become a very big stage for geopolitical drama, and it has real effect on countries. All that is happening has to do with tiniest obtain of intel, very tiniest obtain of intel, and very apt security operations. Mr. Speaker, if you lapse in any of this, you will find your jurisdiction in a very big trouble. Mr. Speaker, at our own backyard, we see emerging threats. Mr. Speaker, recently we saw what happened in the bush regarding Galamsey, where security forces had moved in there, and then these Galamsey people in the bush are well armed. Mr. Speaker, knees were slashed, legs were slashed with cutlasses and other, very dangerous implements that, the people in the bush are possessed with. Mr. Speaker, we know that Galamsey has now become a matter of security concern, which we must resource our security architecture to be able. We do not see that the civilians that we have put in Adidas tracksuit will be able to face the real threat that is out there in the bushes. The men are armed, Mr. Speaker. Unless we do not want to face the truth, they are armed. And we rely on our security architecture to be able to do it. Mr. Speaker, my ranking also mentioned various disputes that has arisen as a result of land and chieftaincy and other issues that has also emerged. We depend on our men to be able to do it, and we need the resources to help them to do what they have to do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go to the ranking. Ranking for Defense and Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion that this House approves the sum of 10,730,872,251 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programmed activities of the Ministry of Interior and its agencies for the 2025 financial year. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, to at the outset comment that at a time when countries, recognizing the real emerging threats facing their various security and prioritizing the public safety sector, ensuring that they become the top 3 most funded ministries and agencies in their countries, this is the time that not much commitment has been demonstrated by this budget in respect of public safety sector. Ministry of Interior, Mr. Speaker, and its 11 agencies play a critical role in ensuring the internal peace and security of this country, to ensure that every Ghanaian and every visitor, walks around in their homes, their workplaces, feeling safe. They are doing their very best, but it is important that we support them with commensurate budgetary allocations to ensure the efficient and effective delivery of their vision and mandate. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the Ghana Police Service, they play a critical role in our peace and security, but this budget allocated to them cannot even meet some critical needs that they put forth. And these are very tenable needs, totaling to about 190 million. Those have not been allocated for, and now they're going to face a lot of shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to mention that in this day and age, where we have just about 14,000 inmates in our prisons, and we're expecting that we'll be able to pay attention to the welfare of our correctional facilities, we are still talking about 1 cedi 80 pesewa ration per inmate per day. Mr. Speaker, this is expected to feed them 3 times a day. The difference between the citizen who walks freely on the streets and our brothers and sisters who are in the prison is just a matter of circumstance. And therefore, 14,000 is not such a huge number that we could not have allocated minimum 10 cedis a day to feed them 3 times a day. And we are still having 1.8 cedis as the ration for them. It is our expectation that by the time we get to the media review, the Ministry of Finance will take a critical look at this and ensure the dignity of our compatriots in our various correctional facilities. A lot of our prison facilities need renovation, they need fencing to even secure the facility, and a shortfall of over 160 million needed for this purpose has not been catered for. Mr. Speaker, on fire service, one of the state agencies that has rather unfairly been bastardized, misunderstood by the public, and so much expected from them and yet under-resourced is the Ghana National Fire Service. Whenever fire unfortunately breaks out, whether in residential area or in the market, they are the first people we call. We have cause to complain about their response time. When they get there and they're struggling to feed their accessories, we have cause to throw tantrums at them. When they get there and there are issues with hydrants, we have cause to complain. And yet, we have not resourced them adequately to have the kind of tools and equipment befitting of 21st century Ghana National Fire Service to deliver. But they are willing to deliver if we get them the tools. We still have very obsolete equipment, overaged equipment. We need to have a holistic approach to retooling the Ghana National Fire Service, and the initial estimate presented is around $1 billion. This is not too much asking for, considering relatively other 2.7 billions and other billions allocated to other places, which this is even a much bigger priority. Public safety is paramount, and so it is an observation that is worth noting. In respect of Peace Council, we have some very sensitive conflicts that President Mahama has demonstrated commitment and is dealing with it, and all the role of this country, together with the Committee on Defense and Interior, UTUMFO, we are all supporting to ensure we bring peace to Boko and other similar conflicts that this country is bedeviled with. But Peace Council plays central role in this. They need to be resourced in order to be able to be effective at the role in peace building and restoring peace to these areas that need peace very urgently. Mr. Speaker, on NIA, all of us in this chamber and about 30 million others out there, for the reforms introduced by Bank of Ghana before, and I'll be concluding soon, before you transact, before you can even cash money from your account, you need to have your Ghana card, and that has to be verified. There's also a flagship program introduced by this government to register children between the ages of 6 and 14. And this card is the same thing that is going to be used to access health insurance. But they have a shortfall of nearly 231 million. Mr. Speaker, without this funding, they cannot register all children between the ages of 6 and 14. The most dangerous aspect of the underfunding to NIA is that there is a serious issue to do with data protection. In this age of cyber threats and cyber attacks, the data of the entire architecture of NIA and Ghana Card needs to be protected. But on page 6, Mr. Speaker, on page 20, and I conclude with this. The last paragraph, the committee further noted that the shortfall in the expenditure allocation will also affect critical activities, including payment of 60 million for a disaster recovery system. Mr. Speaker, I will suggest to Ministry of Finance that between now and the mid-year budget, if there's some emergency arrangement that could still be made to ensure that we attend to this critical need, they pay attention to this, and in so speaking, with these few words, to support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, former Minister for Defense and former Deputy Minister for Defense, I'll give you the opportunity because of the intelligence aspect. So let me first listen to the former Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the government. I looked at the compensation budget of the Minister of Interior, and I see there is an improvement on last year's budget by a big margin, which is very, very good. The only two things that it will show, either they are going to do, the government is going to do recruitment, or that they will increase the compensation package for members of the Ministry of Interior, which for me is good. We should do that. If you watch our sub-region, security should be the #1 priority of any government. I ever sat in a meeting where the Israeli Prime Minister was speaking, and he said that security is everything for them. Security is everything. So whether you are talking of national security, you are talking of defense, interior, or any other security is everything. Every other thing follows, because first you have to have a life. If you do not have a life, then all other things are useless to a corpse. So security is everything. So, and if you watch what is happening in West Africa, where governments around us are spending more than 5% of their GDP on security, we are doing less than 1%, Mr. Speaker. Yes. We are doing less than 1%. And it's not good for us at all. We are becoming the weakest link if we don't take time in West Africa, all across. It's not just only the Ministry of Interior, all across the security subsector. But it's a beginning, and I hope that the government will begin to improve on the allocations to the various ministries. I have a little concern about the papers given to the Minister of the Interior before I come to the national security. If you check last year, 236 million was given to the Minister of Interior for CAPEX. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that even though 155 was released, they owe a lot for capital expenditure projects. And today, we are now having 101 million. In fact, I believe that in the next 3 months, the minister will be looking for more money from somewhere. It's as clear as that. Because of what they do. The point operating bases that the military, and I know that the Minister of Defense will come and talk about it, they are building, it's a twin project. We started first with the Minister of Defense once, but the twin project is another one for the Minister of Interior using these people. These are green people. What's the name of immigration? Immigration is the first point of contact of any person coming into the Republic. And we have positioned them in all the entry and exit points. Even in the unapproved entry points. In the eastern corridor of Ghana, we have over 300 unapproved corridors. We are trying to position, or they are trying to position the immigration in all this. The idea was to ensure that immigration also has protective cover and small bases so that they can protect themselves. And I was expecting that will feature in this. If it's not, I think and I hope the government will find some money within the big push to do that project. Because the soldiers will not be the first point of contact. It's the immigration who are always the first point. The soldiers will give them backup. So the soldiers are supposed to give them backup. And I hope that enough CAPEX will be given to the Minister for Interior to do this project. Otherwise, it will not help anybody, it will not help us. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the agency that is under national security, I looked at the national security budget, and I want to support what the ranking member said on national security. Trust me, the experience I've gathered over the last 8 years, if you do not resource national security budget, the Interior Minister and the Defense Minister, they will suffer. They do not have the budget for what we call special operations, and they will spend a lot of money on special operations, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt about it. And that money will have to come from national security. So if the national security budget is not, do not have enough money for special operations, you are going to suffer in Boku, you are going to suffer in all the places. You cannot send a soldier or a policeman to the field there and give him one CD a day as we are currently having. You are just demotivating him. And so I want to say that we should really look at that particular budget, and I want to support and we'll look at it. Otherwise, I can tell you that they will just overspend. And when there is a conflict somewhere, you cannot tell the security people to sit down. They will go. They will go and they will bring you debt. And national security will have to look for the money. Because of the way defense and interior budgets are couched, and they are captured, you cannot spend just easily as the way national security will. And so they always use national security to cater for all this expenditure. And it's going to be from the operations resources. And I want to support him that we should look at that and make sure that national security, otherwise, the peace we are enjoying and touting ourselves as the second most peaceful nation, we may not be able to enjoy that. And I think that we should look for more resources to give to them to be able to do that. The Minister for the Interior and Defense will really have to depend a lot on what the national security does. The national security minister does, especially on the issue of special operations. Otherwise, they're going to have a problem. If today there is a conflict, I don't want to use any town so that somebody will think that I'm wishing them bad. Mr. Speaker, if there's a conflict in a town called Nitu Ukrum, and you have to send police and soldiers, the defense ministry cannot mobilize resources immediately to give to them. You have to go to the national security ministry to do that. And because there's no more ministry, the national security coordinator will have to look for enough resources to buy fuel, to make sure that they give them food, and to ensure that they can mobilize themselves in less than 24 hours to go and sustain the place and bring down the place. And with what is happening on our borders, I think that we should not underestimate what the members are saying, that make sure that they look at it. But I also think that we should really look at the goods and service, in particular, of National Security 175. 3 months, this money will be done. If it reaches 3 months, I'll be very surprised with the way National Security goes about their activities. If it reaches 3 months, I'll be very surprised, because the police are going to come and look for more, particularly the defense minister. He is going to come a lot to national security to look for money. And that's how it works. There's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't have that budget. And half of the budget will be spent from defense and to keep the country clean and safe. So I want to support the budget. I want to support the motion moved by the Minister for the Interior, and say that the President and the Minister for Finance should begin to see how he can resource them more than what he has done. He's done very well. Some of the figures have gone, and I think that I must confess that some of the figures have gone, which is good for me. But we need to do more, because we are becoming more like the weakest link across the entire sub-region. Because there are problems in many of these countries, and Ghana is peaceful, we want to assume that we are okay. We are not okay, Mr. Speaker. We are not okay. We must ensure that we spend to continue to remain very peaceful. And God forbid, the Israelis will tell you that if you wait for something to happen, then you are failed in advance. If you wait for a terrorist activity to happen in the country, you are failed in advance. So you must resource the people who are supposed to do it. You must resource the Minister of Interior. You must resource for the Ghana Armed Forces. You must actually resource. Prevention is intelligence-led. So you must resource those who are doing the intelligence so that nothing happens. We need it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that I support the call that we should really look at the operations budget of national security. They will need it. We can double it for them as a start. So the minister should look for some resources somewhere and double the operations budget for now, as a start. And then we'll see what happens in the media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I'll give it to the former defense minister. I think after this, if you indulge me in leadership, I'll even ignore you, so that, because we've taken a lot of time. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And I'm
Speaker.
happy the Minister for Finance is here to listen to what is going on. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to add my voice for the approval of the budgetary allocation for the ministries of Interior and Defense. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we bring to the fore some effort made by the Akufo-Addo-led government in securing our borders and making sure that Ghana is secure. First of all, we all appreciate the fact that our borders are porous. And in a sub-region where things are not normal, you cannot have porous borders and then have a secured nation.
the Akufo-Addo-led government actually provided for our immigration the anti-ballistic cabins, which is very important in picking signals of any illegal stuff coming into this country. Mr. Speaker, this, when done and done properly, will lessen the work of our men and women in uniform, because they will be fed with intelligence. So they will have targets and not just go on a fishing expedition. But Mr. Speaker, looking at the budget of the Ministry of Interior, yes, this equipment have been provided, but we do not have the money for its maintenance. And it is often said that Ghana suffers from a culture of not maintaining what we have. And so if we are unable to maintain this fantastic equipment, Mr. Speaker, in no time the equipment will break down. And when they break down, that will mean money is going down the drain. Mr. Speaker, the Akufo-Addo-led government undertook the construction of accommodation facilities for the Ministry of Defense and by extension the Ghana Armed Forces. We all know that we are recruiting to increase our men. We are doing so because of the threat facing our nation. And so if you look at what the Akufo-Addo-led government did, most accommodation were provided across all the garrisons in, for the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the CAPEX given to the Ministry of Defense, a CAPEX of 260 million.
We are talking about interior, not defense.
Defense, yes, defense. The CAPEX of 200 and...
What I'm talking, I'm just...
Oh, okay, all right. Mr. Speaker, then let me handle interior before I come to... I have this love for Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, I will go to fire service. Just as my ranking said, this is one agency that has been bastardized for no reason. In this time and age, Mr. Speaker, our fire service are using tenders which are about 20 years old. Most of them are out of production, and so acquiring even the spares to fix them when they break down is a problem. And when you don't get the spares on the open market, they become expensive. And so when you go to fix them, Mr. Speaker, you end up using monies which otherwise could have been used to purchase more recent and more technologically advanced tender. And so it's an area we really have to look, because here we are in this country being faced with fires all over, yet we don't have the necessary gadget to fight this fire. And so if steps are not taken, Mr. Speaker, we will come here year in, year out and complain about fires. Mr. Speaker, the issue of prisons was also mentioned. One cedi 80 pesos to feed a prisoner for a day, Mr. Speaker, is woefully inadequate. To even say woefully inadequate is really not the best description. No wonder our prisoners are eating zontoli. Mr. Speaker, all of us sitting in this room are potential jail-bound. Someday you will never know. There are people who are in jail, they have not committed any crime, but they are there. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we look both at the feeding of our prisoners or inmates and also the sanitary condition of our prisons. A child being fed 1 meal a day has the school feeding amount increased, I guess. But here we have a prisoner who is being fed 3 times a day on 1 cedi 80 pesos. Mr. Speaker, and the Ministry of Finance must do something about this. It is sad. It is very sad.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ fed 5,000 with, I think you remember your Sunday school lessons. That's good. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is something we really have to look at. Another agency under the Ministry of Interior, Mr. Speaker, that we must also look at critically is the Peace Council. Most of the time, we do not take the Peace Council serious until there is a problem, and then we will be calling them. But Mr. Speaker, we need to be proactive as a nation. There must be resources to be able to be proactive, to step in so that we can avert some of the problems we are having. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me go to the Ministry of Defense.
No. we will come with defense budget. So
thank you.
Let me thank you.
Mr. Speaker, but let me talk a bit about security and intelligence budget.
Honorable, when you get to defense, you can talk about
security and intelligence. I'm also a member there, and their report has been laid. Mr. Speaker, it is important. I will just be brief. But it is important that in this time of age, intelligence decides everything. Intelligence is everything. Mr. Speaker, it is important that in a sub-region where we are confronted with many problems in terms of acts of terrorism and all that, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we resource very well our external research unit under the Ministry of Interior or the National Security Agency. It's important we do that. Mr. Speaker, when we are able to do that, we will be fed with the right intelligence. And once we have the right intelligence, dealing with the issue will be as easy as anything. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And with these few words, I pray that we approve the budget for the Security and Intelligence Committee and that of the Ministry of Interior. Thank you.
Yes, leadership, please, let's be snappy. We have so many reports to take. So many reports to take. So, Speaker, Honorable Jerry, let's try to be snappy.
Yes, very snappy, Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Speaker, if you look at the report, especially paragraph 7, Speaker, it indicates the following, that challenges faced by the Ministry of National Security in 2024. And Speaker, I'm looking at even the first one, inadequate allocation and delays. Speaker, delays in budgetary disbursement. Speaker, for me, all these conversations are very critical. But what happens when the monies don't get to the ministry? In fact, now the National Security Agency or Council. It means that there won't be preemptive acts. We are not going to resolve most of these security issues by being proactive, by thinking ahead of the situation. And when you are not dealing with intelligence on the right time, at the right time, Speaker, what it means is that whatever the situation would be, whoever is involved would have caused all the damage. Speaker, it is therefore very critical to look at the issues of disbursement and how it should be done on time. Speaker, the other part which is very critical is the changing trends of modern crimes. Speaker, when you are dealing with Sakawa and you are dealing with all manner of